Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is our second and last weekend here in the Open Division. We've got the Overwatch Open Division winners bracket semi-finals to bring to you first and foremost here today. And the rest of the weekend, we're going to see the culmination of this tournament. Still those 2 tickets to the Overwatch trials that are still up for grabs. And so these teams are so close to the end. I'm Altruism bringing you this first game along with my very familiar co-cast, another South African favorite, Sun Phoenix.
Yeah, you're familiar with me, but I don't think many of the people watching will be familiar with me. I'm excited to be here on a little bit short notice, but I'm looking forward to see some top end Overwatch, at least from what I'm used to. This is really the pointy end of the Open Division now, and that's exciting to see. One of these teams is pretty high seeded, one less high seeded, but with some heavy hitters on their roster. So I'm excited to see what happens when these two teams clash.
I think it's going to be interesting. The level of Overwatch that we're going to get to see from these guys, having proven themselves to get to this position, it's now starts to not really matter all that much where you were seated at the beginning of the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good indication, of what previous skill you bring into the tournament. But the fact that you're here now in the winner bracket semifinals means that you've beaten out enough teams to go, yeah, we belong here. And so I'm excited to see the level of Overwatch that we're going to get to. Guys, the teams that are playing today are O1 Esports, seeded second at the beginning of this tournament, versus what are the most challenging names that as a caster you come across? I love the Welsh teams. They always make it a little bit interesting for us. I'm going to say this once. I apologize.
Let's hear it, Altruism.
If Guagia Wagaga Huaol, the fantastic team. It's had to be summarized in our overlays and in the game. Going forwards, guys, we're just going to call them Ifgua. And so if you're interested, big shout out to the team from Ifgua Gia Wagaga Huaol for coming in here.
You're brave to attempt that twice, Altruism. I wouldn't even have gone once, but you went twice. That's big ups to you.
And these guys have come in, they came seated 47th, but you say that you've got some history with some of these players.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I've casted them once before when many of these players were on Avoided, I think it was, and very interesting team. Avoided used to run a lot of funky stuff. Very interesting roster to watch play, and I'm excited to see if Gua bring the same kind of fire that they were bringing when many of these members were part of Avoided. Because yeah, like I say, a lot of Torbjorn, a lot of funny stuff. I think some at least one person from Clockwork Vendetta here as well. Another roster which was running a lot of weird stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me to see some off meta picks here. But who knows? Under this new guise, they might be playing a little bit more standard. And whatever they play, it's brought them a lot of success. So interested to see how they run up against O1 Esports here.
It is going to be interesting. They do have a good history. They came in low seeded into this tournament, but that's just because it's a new team name. That kind of throws off the stats a little bit. I mean, these guys played in Overwatch Contenders in July to December last year, and they went 12-0 at that stage. Well, the most of the team were playing in that team at that stage. So when you've come through a Contenders already and proven that we can go all the way to the end without stumbling at all, you're really bringing into a lot of confidence. I mean, these guys nearly beat London Spitfire at one stage. So, there's a lot of Overwatch to come from Ifgua. And you talk about the Torbjorn. Last weekend, we got to see a weird amount of Torbjorn.
Yeah. Who were you casting last weekend?
It was Fifth Dimension. They were running it as well with a couple of the other teams. We also saw at that stage Munich Esports, I think it was. They and Region. So I think it was 2 or 3 different teams running a tour.
Okay, so yeah, Torbjorn, a bit more of a popular pick. Of course, you and I saw that this week when we were casting some South African games. That it's become a little bit more, maybe not meta pick, but at least a more of a popular pick. And of course, it's a hero that does a lot of things you want to do. We've been seeing a little bit more of the Reaper creep in, and Torbjorn's just a short Reaper with a bit more utility in a lot of ways. So not surprising to see that hero, especially in a meta where you've got a lot of bubbles to punch through, a lot of shields to work your way through, a lot of aggressive tanky heroes to kind of counter. That Torbjorn starts to make a little bit more sense when you can also set up a crossfire with that turret.
Exactly. It puts pressure in so many different ways. You've got a turret with auto aim that if they've got some sort of flanker, some sort of diver, something like a Genji or an Echo that tries to threaten your back line, you've now got an answer to that consistently, and you can keep that up pretty reliably. And then you've got the good old rivet gun, which gives you the almost Hanzo-like potential of getting a pick on a headshot on a squishy somewhere on the back line, or putting that damage with either the rivet gun or the shotgun into bubbles, into Winstons that are diving into your backline. Provides a lot of potential if the team knows how to work around them.
Yeah. So here that looking at its kit, you almost feel like it should be a lot more ubiquitous than it actually is. I almost feel like it has a reputation about it from its past, that it used to just be like kind of like the engineer from TF2. You put up the turret and then you have to babysit it and let it do all the work. But that's not really what Torbjorn is. At least it hasn't been for like the past year and a half, 2 years, since they made the changes to how Molten Core works. So it almost feels like you should be seeing more of that hero, but yeah, not quite as popular. His biggest weakness is obviously his lack of mobility. Comparing him up to Reaper, obviously Reaper has the TP, Reaper has an escape. Torbjorn is kind of just a sitting duck if you get on top of him. If he can't kill you, you'll probably kill him. He's also got a nice square hitbox, which makes it very easy to take down as a DPS player. But also something else about the turret is you have to be worried about it's the 7th man, it's another target you have to deal with. And if an Echo, for example, is spending 2 or 3 seconds dealing with a turret, that's 2 or 3 seconds not putting damage on your team. So yeah, there's a lot that hero brings, but we're gonna have to see if we even see any of it today.
It's going to be a very interesting pick. Obviously, I think there are going to be teams who try it at least once or twice to see how it's working out. Maybe have their own set strategies, maybe some weird sim TPs on any of the maps that we get to. Everything is open right now. And that's something we chatted about a little bit in the last weekend, was the fact that we've gotten to a point in the Overwatch meta where there is no set meta. Like there's no one dominating GOATS meta or something like that, run at the enemy team and win and just do it better than the exact same team on the opposition side. So it opens up a lot more space for teams to develop their own flavor and their own style going forwards. And that's going to be interesting. O1 Esports, of course, coming in as that 2nd seed. They've done very well in the tournament so far, shown consistent victories here as they go through. We haven't gotten to see them on stream, unfortunately, but they also have an opportunity to go onto it. And so I don't know if we have which maps we're going onto just yet, but the teams are in the lobby. So we're going to be going through to them just now. It is going to be Ilios first. And so Ilios, again, the control points always allow you to feel out your oppositions a little bit and get a taste of what they want to do and how they're reacting to what you're doing.
Yeah, it is a staple map in Overwatch really for the past since the game was released in 2016. It's one of those maps that every player is comfortable on. Every player who maybe doesn't love. I think it can be quite a polarizing map, and in general, Control can be quite a polarizing map type. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams approach this map. It's obviously with the 3 different points, you have 3 different sets of options you can choose from. You know, Ruins plays completely differently from WoW, plays completely differently from Lighthouse. So I'm excited to see what these teams bring to each particular map on Ilios. And excited to see how these 2 teams perform. Like, again, looking at IFGU, I want to see what kind of funky stuff are they going to bring out? What kind of weird and wacky and wonderful compositions are we going to see out of them? It's a team that historically, as a part of Avoided, really just picked compositions that their players felt super comfortable on, as opposed to whatever the meta was dictating, so to speak. O1 Esports, we don't know anything. We don't know that much about them. Obviously, a very successful team to get this far in Open Division, to be second seed in Open Division. And I'm expecting them to have a little bit more of a meta style, but I mean, we're going to have to wait and see, because I'm excited to see exactly what these teams bring.
I think it's going to be up to how many different things they can bring, or at least on Ilios. You know, I feel like Ilios is one of those maps that's incredibly diverse in the types of ways you approach it. Something like Well is almost not reflected in any other map. You know, one big central hole in the center with one cliff on one side, it kind of opens up opportunities for heroes that are really good on that map. You wouldn't play them on any other one just for your team comp. But something like a Roadhog, you might have someone who's a Roadhog speciality who you walk onto Well and you go, right, guess who's dominating the center of this map? And there's opportunities for Ilios that don't present themselves anywhere else. And so if a team has like a really cool strat that they want to run on Well in particular, or on Lighthouse or something like that, then I'm interested to see if they can do that and then swap back to something that's more meta in the rest of it, or if they just try and take that meta composition that they've got and jam it into the Ilios situation, which may not be 100% perfect or might have something that's better suited at least.
Yeah, that's kind of the story of Overwatch, right? Can you make whatever you want to make work where you are? Because sometimes it's going to work better in one place and not as well in another place. And if we're looking at Avoided, former Avoided, I don't even know if it's fair to call them that. I'm not even sure how many of these players are even a major part of that Avoided squad. But they were really just set on their composition, which was quite wacky, and just going to run that no matter what. Able to switch up if need be, and that's going to be the key here. How do you respond to what the other team is throwing at you? If we're making the assumption that O1 is going to do something more meta, and if GU is going to do something less meta, who's going to have to blink first and respond to what the other team is doing? Are O1 going to be able to deal with the uncomfortable stuff that if GU is throwing at them? Or if GU are going to have to look more to some more textbook plays, to put it that way, to counter a more meta composition from O1. Again, these are assumptions we're making. We don't know. Maybe both these teams are going to be super unmeta and super weird, or maybe they're both going to be the most meta compositions you've ever seen in your whole life. But we're about to find out here, guys.
It should be interesting to see. Of course, O1 Esports coming out on blue here. They've got Yobi, Goku taking on those 2 DPS roles. IMO and Snip coming through on your 2 tank roles, and One and the Better coming on Esports, on O1 Esports. Some very interesting names there.
Yeah, going to be tough to call. No, I'm glad I'm not doing play-by-play today, because I get at least some time to think and read through the names before I have to say them, whereas you're going to have a tough time here. Not only is the team name on one side tough, but all the player names are a bit hard to deal with. Thankfully, one of the players is called Goku. That should roll off the tongue nice and easily. And I'm special on the other side, something I'm used to saying about myself. So it should be quite easy to get that one out.
Of course, on IFGU, we do have Kaiser and Ken taking on the 2 DPS. That could be an interesting set of combos to take out. Special leading the tank charge coming out, and Tractor Kids supporting there on that off-tank role. Cool Boy going to be the last person to make off Agua on the support role. Unfortunately, we are, of course, waiting for one player to reconnect. Going to be coming in. I think that is T Sorcerer. In fact, that is just struggling to jump in for now. So, guys, we're going to be coming out here. And so we're going to Ruins first. Let's chat about Ruins.
Yeah, Ruins is a map that, historically speaking, it's got quite long sightlines. It's just one long line from the one spawn to the other. And so the long range hit scans, the Ash Widowmaker, those kinds of things have historically been extremely popular on this map. But as Overwatch has kind of grown as an esport and as a competitive game, we've seen less reliance on those long range hit scan heroes on places where they used to thrive. Things like First Point Kings Row. The tendency is for teams to focus much more on a composition that's going to set them up well for the rest of the round. And those long range hit scans can sometimes be a bit hit and miss, no pun intended. So you sometimes want to just go with the comp that you think is going to work for the whole round. You want to come out the gate with something good. And that's why historically, or in the past, we sometimes used to see teams come out for the first team fight, have a little bit of a gander at what the other team is doing, and then go back and switch before the first team fight. Because you really want to set yourself up right for that first team fight, because we spoke about this last week, or this week actually. If you don't have your alt economy set up right from the start, it's really an uphill battle from there. So on this map, really, you can run whatever you like. I'm interested to see, again, because we don't know these teams, I'm hesitant to make any meta calls. It's really going to come down to what the teams are comfortable running and what exactly they want to put out there, and what problems they want to create for the opposing squad.
I like how you talk about the longevity of a team comp. You might come out with something like a Widowmaker. Ruins has always been synonymous with Widowmaker because of the nice high grounds and the long sight lines. But the problem with that is, if you manage to pick the Widow and your opponents then pick something that's a little bit vulnerable to the Widow, maybe they've got like a Wrecking Ball and a Monkey or something like that, where it's just not protecting the back line with a nice big shield. You can get a couple of nice picks. But as soon as they realize what you're doing, they're either changing up the team comp or changing up their playstyle. Maybe now the Monkey and the Wrecking Ball start hunting for you in the corners.
Yes.
And it puts so much pressure on your backline that you end up having to swap. And by that stage, you've lost the ult economy. Even if you win the first team fight, you can end up swinging it the wrong way at 60% or something like that, and then restarting from the beginnings.
True. But if you get that nice lead, that cushion, it gives you some options to respond to what your opponents are doing. It gives you some time to be like, okay, this is what they're doing. We can kind of throw a few team fights out the window here while we switch to a composition and build LTs that are going to help us win that one team fight. So that is also the importance of starting strong. If you put the enemy team on the back foot as we get underway here on Ruins, it gives you the opportunity to really take time to think about how you want to approach the map moving forward.
Okay, I'm now excited. We've had a long build up. We've talked about everything. We've dissected this map down to the beginning. You guys know exactly what you're looking for. O1 Esports looking for quite a mobile front line there with the Wrecking Ball and Diva from Snip and IMO respectively. Tracer to be able to get into the backlines with them. Goku putting a lot of damage down with McCree. The Better taking the Ana to keep that healing up, and the mobility from one going to allow them to maneuver as they want. On the other side, if Guau are going to be coming through with I'm Special on the Roadhog, ball and chain meta coming through here with the Tractor Kids. That's a Hammond, right? And then the very mobile DPS from Kaiser and Ken on the Echo and Tracer, supported by, again, Cool Boy on the Lucio to try to keep some mobility, and T Sorcerer on the Mercy. Oh, Goku swapped to a Pharah as well. So weirdly enough, they've got a Pharmacy combo, going to be able to put in a lot of poke damage and not a lot to really contest this Pharmacy in the air. Goku now going to be looking for the direct rockets onto the Echo, just instead decides to turn the focus onto this tank line and the back line. And so far, O1 Esports actually doing a great job of denying the space and choosing where they want to fight the air rocket into the face of the Mercy. And the Echo going to be the last one left alive. Still, we see the Wrecking Ball. Oh, that's actually a big play coming out here from Tractor Kid, and so going to be able to reinforce here, still contesting for a little bit. And if Guau actually going to take that first fight,
well, they'll get the first swing here. I think the fight's kind of still ongoing, but no, okay. Looks like O1 Esports are going to back up here. Nice play from both teams here. Very disparate compositions in a lot of ways. A lot of brawling happening all throughout the map here. Lots of mobility, lots of space creation here. This Echo in the sky going to be a nuisance, but both teams have pressure from the air, and that's important to note here. It's going to be interesting to see how those two aerial players are able to impart themselves on this matchup here. But it's really up to the balls to make space for their respective teams.
And there is a pick into the back line, both tanks being basically taken out here. Oh, the attempt at the barrage, but a hook coming through straight away to shut that down. Great play. Somehow Goku still survives through that and just now fleeing a little bit, being chased down by the Tracer, though, on the point. It is going to be 0-1 doing a lot of damage, and a good reinforcement coming out from Ifguayo to still manage to stick around for long enough to not let it turn. Ken going to be trying to drag this out as long as possible. It is contested now, but it has turned around. 0-1 Esports now going to be looking to pick up a bit of percentage, and they are sticking around. They're very happy to let this team fight not really coalesce into anything.
Yeah, they kind of, if Guau are really putting the pressure on here, they never really back up after losing the fight, but also didn't give away any picks as they come in here. Ken does have his ulti available should he choose to commit it, but it's going to be 0-1 who get that first pick with this self-destruct.
And the self-destruct does a great job. They just need to keep trickling it out. If Guao needs 6 people to win this fight, and it looks like we're just going to quickly reset. There we go. We've got 0-1 in control. And as long as they, again, take out one person at the beginning of a fight, they're constantly fighting 6v5. And they'll do that for as long as they need. They're just trickling out percentage. Oh, Goku managing to even get another pick this time. And it's just, again, you're staggering out this fight before it's even started. I mean, it's been, what, a minute? And we haven't seen an actual engage.
Yeah, not since 0-1 flipped the point. They've really been just getting these picks as they need them. I'd like to see if Guau here just take a step back, regroup, sit in spawn if you want to. But it really is about controlling the tempo as well. If they give up that forward position, they're in a lot of trouble. It's going to allow 0-1 Esports to set up wherever they like. It's going to allow this Tracer from UB to just be in use and set up to be aggressive as they come out of the door with this pulse bomb. And that is going to be a problem. Oh, but they do finally get a pick in the other direction. So if Guau can maybe use that, but it is an even fight.
That's the problem, and they lost their Tracer, but if Guau lost to Mercy, and when you change that sort of variation around, and then you get the res back off on the Tracer, you effectively didn't lose anything. You're still getting these pick-offs to start off the fights, and we do see if Guau now managing to push forward a little bit, they have to go into a barrage though, so Goku going to be looking for this quickly if he can get it, needs to find the perfect opportunity. Hasn't found it yet though, gets shut down by the Echo straight away, and now 0-1 actually under a lot of pressure. They've managed to get up to 99% on the point. We are going to go over to overtime, but it looks like if Guau might be able to turn this around and then start mounting a defense on their own.
Yeah, this fight's looking very good for them. I love this Roadhog pick. We haven't mentioned it yet or really spoken about it, but it's a hero I think does a lot for a team outside of just what his kit is. I've spoken about this zone of inhibition around a Roadhog before, as we see him use that ultimate to just force them back. 0-1 committing quite heavily here to try and retake this. Going to pull the duplicate out of Ifguao here. So not too bad of a trade as they look to just get things evened up. It is 99% for them, so it's coming. But the Roadhog is really a nice hero, especially when you're playing against flankers, like we see a couple on the side of the 0-1 Esports here. Pulse Bomb, not going to find anything on that occasion, but they do now have the mines here from the Hammond to come through for the next team fight. But they're fighting into both DPS ultis of 0-1. So 0-1 are going to make a play for this one.
0-1 does have that opportunity. We do see the double pulse bomb stick. That's going to open it up straight away. And Goku now going to be dropping that second DPS ult onto it. The barrage going to not be able to do anything, but take out a little bit of space. And I think he's going to be happy with that so far. They haven't managed to... 0-1 has not managed to take the point yet. And so they're still going to be letting this tick up for Ifguao. It has now reached overtime going both ways. It is up to this last team fight. Ifguao is sitting on 95% is close enough. And so... 0-1 going to be starting this off, opening the bank up, managing to get 2 picks, both of the supports down for Ifguao, and that means they're going to have no sustain for this. They're going to be trying to keep it out for a long time, running into the bombs, and 0-1 Esports just cleans up the rest of that team fight.
Yeah, really nice work from 0-1. Looks like, they are going to take this first map, Ruins. A very scrappy fight on both sides, actually. You mentioned it earlier. The fight's not really coalescing. There's a lot of long, drawn-out engagements where neither team want to give up the position. They're both trying to hold that aggressive position against the opponent's team, and neither wants to really give that away. So it's interesting to see how these two compositions are playing out. I spoke about the Roadhog, strengths and weaknesses to that hero. There's a reason he's not super popular. Obviously, he creates a zone of inhibition when you're playing against flankers, but it's really only the Tracer that has to be afraid of him. And if you're playing Tracer, I hesitate to use this word, but properly, you can really stay out of the way of the Roadhog and force him to spend a lot of time trying to deal with you when really he's not able to. Looking at this next map though, Lighthouse, compositionally very similar for both teams here. In fact, identical, I think, for both teams. So they're happy with what they started on, and I think O1 are going to be happy to match again on this map.
It's going to be interesting. And I think, again, they're going for very mobile team comps. I think we might see a very similar match now where the fights don't really go into one single engagement. We've got a lot of poke damage coming out here from something like the Pharaoh or the Eka. And so, it's going to be up to these picks. And we do see it opening up here. Esports just managing to push forward with their aggression and start getting some damage into the back line. If Guao are managing to do some work on their own, though, getting a couple of picks, now they've taken out the Pharaoh and the Mercy. And so it should be an opening now for Guao to push onto this point. It's going to be up to the Tracer to try and fight this out. Not going to be able to do anything just yet. Still looking quite dangerous in this back line, but does finally manage to get taken down, shut down. Not managing to open up anything, and that's going to be Guao taking the first point.
Yeah, and we thought we might see some funky compositions coming out of Guao, but they're just matching the other team hit for hit here. Of course, Echo instead of Pharaoh, but those heroes kind of fill very similar roles in Overwatch. So interested to see that that's the route they're choosing to go, and so far so good for them as they, for the second time now, have won that first team fight. But they do drop the D.Va here. I'm special going down to start things off.
And this is where O1 is doing a great job of sticking together and making that aggression work at the right time. Tries for the stick on the Pharaoh, doesn't manage to get it, and is going to pay with their life. And so O1 staying around together and then moving as one unit, trying to coalesce on these team fights. And Guao doing a good job to stay around. And, you see Ken on the back line with that Tracer just harassing, but not really actually then doing anything with it before they've lost 2 or 3 picks.
Yeah, it's it's tough for them to get in there, unfortunately. Here, as we see, UB has the pulse point already, but he's taking the Tracer do here. Ken will be happy to do that, keep the pressure off his team here. But it's really up to the tanks on both teams to make space for these DPS, to put pressure on the opposing side. But it's really tough when you're playing into a comp that is trying to do exactly what yours is trying to do, because these comps struggle to fight into each other a little bit. But it's going to be interesting to see how things play out here.
On the fight, though, there's such a brawl going on, and eventually it comes out the way of O1 Esports. The tanks dropping both of their ultimates. There were mines everywhere that people were trying to run through, and it's still not clear yet if Guao not wanting to give up this fight just yet. They don't manage to get it, though, and so 50% up on the board for O1 Esports.
Yeah, if Guayu struggling to get in and get those initial picks to start the team fight, that's something O1 Esports are doing a good job of mitigating the. Oh my God! Obviously, as I'm talking about it, they get picked right at the start, but they do have the Mercy here, res available. Nice work from D.Va here just to keep the Mercy alive while she's racing, and they're going to even things up. But they actually do lose the Mercy, so this is a good opportunity for Guao.
And that's Guao managing to take advantage of a really good place there. They realize that they've got some pressure, and now they're going to be opening it up even further. The Tracer Ken has been doing such a spectacular job here so far to constantly put in damage where it needs to. Throws the pulse bomb straight into the D.Va matrix, but does actually take out the D.Va, managing to time that fractionally perfectly. And it is going to be Guao now managing to start clicking up some percentage.
Must be nice to play on 20 ping, hey, Ultras, and we don't know what that's like in South Africa, unfortunately. But really nice work from Guao. They're going to reset things nicely here. We've got a couple of good ults to work with here, 3 in fact, but almost a very similar, or 4, sorry, almost ready on the side of O1 Esports. This could be quite an explosive team fight here. Only really one more team fight for O1 Esports to win, but they're going to start with the self-destruct on Guao.
That's going to be nice to clear out some space and turn around. Ooh. But the D.Va bomb the other way takes out both supports for Guao. That's going to be pivotal in this fight. And Esports, basically one fight away from taking this, should be able to clean this up quickly. They drop the barrage onto it as well. They're going into a replicated Hammond. And so he's going to be able to drop some bombs on the point and try and stall out a little bit. But there really is so little resources here for Guao that it should be up to O1 Esports. They're still somehow contesting and going to be happy to get up any extra percentage. Now they're starting to feed kills, though. And eventually it's going to be O1. O1 wasted these bombs, though, which is an interesting choice.
Yeah, but if they win this team fight, they win the game. So that's totally fine. If you can just force them back, get that switch now. Look at this. They're going to have to scramble into this last team fight, try and find whatever picks they can coming in on the side of Guao and try and make something happen here. Hammond is on the point, though, making use of himself, but they're going to clean him up fairly quickly with this Tracer, or at least they should. Yep, there he goes. And now they can look to just clean up the rest of the players.
It's going to be interesting to see if Guao can try and just sustain enough. Nope, that's definitely not going to happen. Not when you've got Goku raining death from above, gets the D.Va as well. That was 4 kills. That might, in fact, be our player of the game as O1 Esports take Ilios.
Yeah, really, really strong play from the O1 esports players. They look really comfortable in this composition. It has to be said, Altruism. They really look well together. The tanks and the DPS are hooking up well. Obviously, you mentioned the tracer player. I think it was Yubi there. Oh, baby, that is a
Okay.
that is a double air shot from the Farah. And you mentioned it, play of the game. Here it is. That was gorgeous play from our Farah player. But yeah, Owen looking super comfortable on the composition on Ilios, and it really shows how much training they put into to making sure that composition comes through. You know, tanks and DPS working super well together, especially looking at how UB was working with the Hammond there. They were doing such a good job shutting down whoever they can. And when you got DPS as strong as you get at this end of open division, it really shows how strong they are. They're able to hit the fire shots like that. You can't be out of position for a second. And the tanks are doing such a good job of making sure you can't just stand where you want to stand. You can't just be safe wherever you are.
You know, everyone here understands their roles and knows how to execute them. And so when you get a DPS in a really good position or a support or a player out of position, then they're going to be punished and they can execute it. You know, there's some things you can get away with at lower ranks or in slightly lower ranking tournaments. But when you get up to the highest levels like this is, you start to have to be perfect. And so if Guao not managing to get that quite right here on the first point, guys, we've also been struggling a little bit with our frame rates. We're going to go to a quick break, just sort that out. And then we're going to be back for round 2 of If Guao versus O1 Esports. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about those technical issues. We are back here with more action here in the Overwatch Open Division Winners Bracket semi-finals. We've got O1 Esports versus who took that first game here against Ifgua Gia Wagwaga Kwaol. Trying it again. As
you go for it every time, Altruism. I don't understand.
I believe it. Like it's once you get into it, it's actually quite fun to say. It's great.
Like it. Yeah.
But yeah, we affectionately call them Ifgua, and they did not manage to come through on Ilios. We are going through to Route 66 though. Sun Phoenix, your thoughts so far?
Fun game, Route 66, of course, technical difficulties aside. Again, guys, apologies for that. Anybody who's ever streamed, you know how it goes. Sometimes the gods of streaming just on your side. But a really fun game. I thought O1 looked really well put together on Ilios, especially Lighthouse. They seem to have a very good idea of what their composition needs to do. I was surprised to see if Guau matching them stride for stride, at least in terms of what they were picking for their composition. And interested to see now as we go forward onto a more sort of structured, a less chaotic map type, what both of these teams are going to run. I'm expecting to still see some of that chaotic playstyle come out of Ifguao, but it's so far they've been running a fairly meta composition, or at least one that's matching stride for stride, as I mentioned, what O1 Esports is putting out. But moving on to Route 66 here, it's a different ball game completely. That said, though, still a lot of verticality possible on these maps. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Echo and Farah getting a lot of playtime on these maps. It also wouldn't surprise me to see the Ball and the Diva getting a lot of playtime on these maps. Really a fairly similar composition from both teams. I just said it's a completely different ball game and then told you how it's going to be exactly the same. And that's how analyzing Overwatch goes sometimes. But we're going to have to wait and see. These teams could bring out something different. And I think the onus now is on Ifguao to show us how they're going to respond to O1 Esports playstyle and composition.
Definitely. If we see the Hammonds, it's going to be a completely different ball game.
Except exactly the same, because we've seen Hammonds 4 times already.
All right. So O1 Esports, I think that what you say about them having very similar team comps is very fair. But I think O1 Esports is playing the team comps very differently. You know, if Guao is spreading out, they're doing those chaotic spread out fights. We've seen Ken constantly in the back lines and doing a lot of work there. Yeah, kind of doing it alone. You know, there's the rest of O1 Esports is kind of ignoring the Tracer in the backline and just pushing forwards as one big unit. Goku throwing down damage from above, and when they get that opportunity, maybe they land a good direct hit or something like that with the rocket. They then go, okay, let's go, and then they all rush forwards. If I haven't really seen them, as we said, coalesce in that first round. They didn't really come together and then play something in a single unit against O1 Esports. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can do that this round.
It is going to be interesting to see. Looking at the compositions here, there we go. This is what we're waiting for, Altruism. It is going to be O1 Esports here in the blue, and in the red is Ifguao. And they're going to be bringing out this Torbjorn here. Ken going to be going back to that Tracer, and then I am special on the Roadhog. We spoke briefly about that Roadhog. I like the way it forces O1 Esports to play a little bit differently. This is something they're not going to be used to playing against, is this Roadhog. It's probably not a common hero that they're coming up against in their scrims, and it means that I'm Special really has that layer to work with, where he can take them by surprise. If they're going to be playing around I'm Special, they're not going to be playing around the other players on his team. So it's going to be interesting to see here as they come through on the attack, but that turret going to go down immediately after that.
This is what the Roadhog offers, is this ability that O1 Esports kind of wants to poke into a random direction, get in what shots they can, and as soon as the attention turns to them, they then run away. If you got a Roadhog who sees you before you realize that they're there, they can get the hook while you're looking for these off angles. So going to be interesting. Snip going to be slept on the back line and now has to try and retreat out. Yubi also doing some work there as the Tracer, but has to constantly be aware of that tall turret. And there's the power of it that we see straight away coming through here. Kaiser now getting up very aggressive on the high ground. Going to be trying to put damage across there. Goku doing a good job to prioritize that turret down and just get a little bit more space for the team, but gets taken out by the Baptiste. Great play from Sorcerer to take him out there. Imo going to be looking to sustain the back line here for O1 Esports and try and reinforce and stop this payload moving. But they do take the high ground control. It's a good play by them, and Ifgua definitely still controlling the space though.
Yeah, they are controlling the space here, but they don't have anything to do with the Pharaoh. If she's also can't shoot the Pharaoh down, she's going to have free reign of the skies, and the prevailing wisdom is you just deal with the rest of the team before the Pharaoh kills you, but that's tough to do against the composition they're playing against.
Great play coming out from UB on the Ash to take out the Wrecking Ball, but gets taken from behind. And T-Sorcerer playing this DPS Baptiste role, and in fact manages to get the kill yet again. Who needs a support when you've got something like that? One also having now dropped this nano boost onto the payload, onto the D.Va, trying to sustain this up a bit. Imo has been doing a lot of work, but now needs to peel for the backline. Now Anna's under a lot of pressure. Anna goes down. Ken managing to get the picks. Now the Deadeye comes out. Should be able to shut down the Pharah for a while. Instead turns around and uses it on the Wrecking Ball, and still O1 Esports not being able to come back. The remech kill from Imo, managing to take out Kaiser on that Torbjorn. Goku now going to be using this barrage. Hopefully, if he can get an angle, has baited out the hook. It's going to be back for cooldown, and now no real place to try and get some space there. Goes down eventually. Snip going to be coming back onto this payload. Still, the damage coming out, and then controlled up by the whole hog. Eventually gets slept, but you've got so many other players from Ifgua to be able to stay there. They take it.
Yeah, nice work from Ifgua. They seem to be thriving on this chaotic style, right? This fight is so drawn out, constant respawns coming in from both teams. But if you look at the healing compositions here, that's a lot more healing, just flat healing rate coming out of Ifgua here. That's going to allow them to push forward. No res available, but they don't need it, especially when I'm special. Just keep himself healthy as well. That means it's just the other three players who need help from their support. So as Ken looks to take down the opposing number there. Bob comes out though as well.
And again, if Gu are doing a great job here to poke as far as they need to, now are going to be put on the back foot. The nice peel coming out from Goku to just be threatening in every angle while staying in relative safety. I say that as it goes down to the combination of the Baptiste and that turret. And one now, and the rest of the esports just taking a bit of off angles exactly where they'd want to and managing to make it work.
Yeah, I mentioned the Pharah was going to have free reign. I don't know what I was talking about because she has to deal with the Torbjorn turret, the McCree now from Ken, and Cool Boy and T-Sorcerer. And you can actually see she's struggling to find that value, getting taken down. She's been holding on to this barrage for a good 2-3 minutes now, looking for an opportunity to use it, but hasn't really found the space to do that. So Owen Esports might have to switch that hero up there, Goku, something else. But looks like they're going to keep running it for now. Ken, though, under pressure and taken down.
Ken was looking for that Deadeye and tried very hard. Now Goku going to be going for this aggressive positioning. Decides to avoid the Roadhog, stays out of range of the hook, and does a good amount of damage from the ceiling. Now going to be taking out that Torp turret, and it's an opening opportunity for esports to shut this down. They've managed to get the slam onto the Torbjorn and keeps him in place, and then he just picks them out of the air. So still very scrappy from both sides, both drawing casualties. Now Yubi going to be able to get that after a great sleep coming out from, I think it was one. It's still Yubi going to be put under pressure, but being able to use such good mobility here to flank it to different angles and shut down eventually. So still O1 Esports stalls it out.
Nice shot there from Yubi on the Ash, really well played. This is a place where I think on the defense, it's really going to... Oh no, the hook wants to go, take it down straight away. I'm special, but this is a place where I think the defensive side here, O1, are really going to be able to leverage the strength of their composition, but not if I'm special just does this.
Just picking that out of the air as it gets the slam, and so now O1 Esports really looking to be in a dangerous position. They're still trying to hang around, but I'm special looking to take down anyone who just peeks their head out, doesn't manage to get the Mercy, is going to push the Ash away. Still the Mercy going to be taken around the back line, and it's a good play from Ifgua to be able to just realize when their teammates have got there. And what a way to rely on your teammates.
So as I was saying, the O1 Esports are going to be able to use the layout of this map, the geography, the high grounds to really leverage the strength of the composition, the Hog D.Va, using the high ground DPS of the Pharah, and then obviously you be able to use the space created by the team. But really when I'm Special comes in and just gets a quick double kill with the hooks like that it really doesn't matter what your composition looks like if one player is just gonna cleave through your lineup like that.
And you don't typically expect something like an Ash to be picked by the Roadhog hook. Exactly. But when it gets slammed out of the air, pops up, and then gets hooked out of the sky. I mean, I'm Special doing a great job at what they need to, and it's going to be difficult, I think, now for Goku. Oh, with these low ceilings, and Traptic going to be going into the backline, shutting out the Ash straight away. Ken still has that recall, manages to help out with the Pharah. And this is just the rest of O1 Esports getting taken down left, right, and center, even managed to get the D.Va while that payload keeps pushing forwards. And Ken not wanting to give up any sort of space or let up on the pressure at all, comes through and finishes off the Ana as the payload still carries on moving.
Yeah, look at this aggressive position they're taking here. They don't want to let them get set up. We saw this a little bit on Ruins where both teams were taking super aggressive positions to put the opposing team under pressure. And this time it's Wow gonna sit right outside the spawn doors there, chuck that bad boy in there, see what he gets. Doesn't come up with anything, but now it's an Ana Farah from O1 Esports.
And you can see this committal coming out straight away. The game plan was throw the Nana on the Farah and make her do work. We do see a nice punch out coming out from O1 Esports to take position here. Yubi going to be shutting back a little bit, just healing up. And this is the reinforcement that O1 needed. They've taken the time and they've shown the mentality to pressure up for a bit. And they've only got a minute left that they need to defend.
Yeah, so that time they bought on first and second point really paying off for them there, but that was pretty much one team fight that got Ifwao all the way to the end. Coming in with the Blizzard now on Kaiser and I'm Special Soul Hog, a bit anti-synergistic, but they should be able to get some value out of that, but they will be playing into a minefield and the Bob from Yubi, and he's going to start the fight with that.
Yubi started it up and it's going to buy some time, but if we're not really wanting to commit just yet, Ken is in the back line doing enough work on their own. And now I'm Special looking for a different flank. And so there's rarely damage coming in everywhere. Ken gets the stick onto the Ana and then helps to finish off the Mercy. Now it's going to be clearing the last couple of people left. Blizzard's been thrown down to make sure no one can really contest the payload. And it is going to push all the way to the end. If Gua, or basically, like you say, one team fight rolled it.
Yeah, really nice play from them, and Route 66 is a tough map actually to get the end to the end of, actually. Often you see teams hold on that long sideline of the third point, and they're going to be happy to have pushed their way through, and their composition I think works a lot better on the defense if they choose to come out the doors with that same set of heroes. So we're going to have to wait and see if One Esports can actually take it to them. Now, one criticism you might make of One Esports is that they're being a little bit unflexible with their hero picks and their composition. Yeah. Now, it's only a criticism if it doesn't work. And we're going to have to wait until the end of Route 66 to see if it's an issue, because you don't have to change your composition to change your play style. And it's going to be interesting to see. We're going to have to wait and see if O1 Esports can take it to Ifwao here. But on the defense here, it is going to be an identical composition to the one they were running towards the end of that. No Torbjorn, instead going to run the Mei here for Ifwao. I like that pick. It synergizes, or rather it does a good job of shutting down the ball on the other side and preventing him from really just doing whatever he wants. It's the kind of hero that doesn't want to have his momentum stymied anyway. He wants to just be free to do whatever he wants, and the Mei with the wall and the freeze can stop him from just running around the map all willy-nilly. On the other side though, identical composition. This is what O1 Esports want to run. This is their bread and butter, it seems.
I like this. You know, like you say, O1 Esports maybe going to have to change up their playstyle. And again, they don't have to worry about McCree this time, although T-Sorcerer was doing a lot of damage on their own. Coolboy also not going to be on that Ana. That's going to help out a lot. And so I think they're going to be relying, if Gua at least is going to be relying a lot on I'm Special to make the work. Yeah, and Kaiser, you know that Mei actually opens up an opportunity for almost a pseudo shield. When your hook is on cooldown, when your wrecking ball's gone too far, then you can put up the wall. But Goku making a good job so far to start this off, gets the double kill, taking out the Tracer and the counter for him of that Baptiste. And so I'm Special now, dwindling resources, has to try get back. Yubi gonna be able to pick that wrecking ball out of the sky. And O1 Esports hasn't really changed up much in terms of their composition, but their playstyle is working.
Yeah, absolutely it is. But what they don't have this time around is a way to deal with Goku, right? You mentioned G-Sorcerer, and he did a good job on that first team fight, but you don't really want to put your Baptiste in the position where he's the only thing that can deal with one of the enemy DPS. So Goku here really going to be the key to O1 Esports pushing through on the start.
And they have put the resources into it they need, and the aggression comes straight out. That aerial rocket into the Baptiste even manages to kill him before he gets into that safety zone of the immortality field. And Goku now just flexing all the way around. This is great rotations, a great peel for the rest of the team. Even manages to keep their players alive in the very back of the fight. And now a huge amount of damage coming through. That Mei wall actually could prove bad for the rest of Ifgua as Goku manages to put that damage, has already built up to the ultimate. Already want to back out, and the rest of O1 Esports probably also on that same trend of thought, gonna get out.
I'm surprised.
Okay.
Just wow. I mean, no one had that under control, but here comes the nano barrage right over the top.
All right, not wanting to give that out, just realizing that they've got the resources and not wanting to let the stabilization from Ifua come back and threaten them. They still managing to put this damage. Goku managing to track constantly, and who cares about that blizzard when you're staying so far ahead, managing to use concussive blast to keep the rest of the team safe. And if EMEA now going to have that self-destruct onto the point if they really needed to clean out this point, but I really doubt that they do. Just being able to chase around, and the trace of the Baptiste on the top is going to have to fight it out with the Diva. That wall's not going to really come into the fight. EMEA though is starting to draw quite low, and with this beat it could actually open up an opportunity. The Diva bomb might need to be dedicated here. Instead, just going to be using the full Diva mech to the full extent. Now probably going to go for the self-destruct. Decides not to use it, just realizes they're alone on the point.
Oh no, I've seen this song before. Ultras and Baby Diva having to skedaddle on out of there. Will get taken down. Of course, these days you can't set a remake, which you will kill one or two players using that ability, so need to be careful. But yeah, nice work from Ifwao here, but you can see they just thrive on the chaos. These fights are drawn out, these fights are split up. They're going to do a good job of shutting down who they need to, getting the picks they need to, and coming back with that resilient playstyle, and Goku's going to drop early.
Oh, that was a bad place to start, and now they're going to just layer on more Arm Special, having swapped off that Roadhog and gone onto the Diva, already built up that self-destruct, manages to now just clear the point. And again, if Wu managing to keep control of the space, managing to hold on to what ultimates they've got left, they get themselves in a good position, and thriving on the chaos, just playing when they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. Still no compositional switch-ups here from O1 Esports.
Yeah.
They believe this is their best path to victory. It's hard to say if I disagree with them, given we don't really know what else they can bring to the bear here. Oh, that pulse bomb is ambitious to say the least here, but Ken now going to work his way to the high ground.
And he's actually now left in a bit of a stranded place, looking instead to just hunt down anyone trying to get out of spawn. And the Mercy going to be able to find that fire in the air. Still, Goku far away from the fight. It allows Tractor Kid to be able to start reinforcing. The bombs dropped by O1 Esports, and now the barrage as well onto the back line. They are getting the kills that they need to, but they are in overtime. You know, this is going to be the first of a very long journey for them, even if they take this.
Yeah, it is. But now 2.5 minutes on the clock, and again on the attack here, I think this is a spot on the map. This streets phase of Route 66 is going to be a place where they can leverage the strength of their composition here. Use that high ground and the double high ground there with the help of the Farah and their tanks to really put the pressure on. UB might have a tough time getting to the opponents, yeah, but we're gonna have to wait and see here. They are playing into a Blizzard this time around, but Blizzard sucks against this composition. It's tough to find a ton of value into a very disparate comp like O1 are running here. And Snip K W gonna go down to start things off.
I mean, literally the only person on the side of O1 Esports that is going to get stuck in a Blizzard might be the Anna, and that's it. And so if Kua just don't need a Blizzard, they're just going to get the mate to get the headshots. I mean, hey, look, guys, we got a Hanzo with a wall.
Exactly, dude. May is such a crappy counter to Tracer, because I mean, from the Tracer's perspective, because you can just be running around doing your thing and then suddenly take an icicle to the dome, and that's the end of your team fight. Now a lot more ultis to work with here, and O1 are getting corralled into this choke point here. That's a nice stick to take down Tracer on the Maven.
And that early use of the Valkyrie means that they've now got the sustain to push forward. They've got the go button that they need to. They're going to be fighting into the beats coming out. Huge play from from Coolboy to try and work that out. And T-Saucer, in fact, manages to keep his team alive. It's going to be Ifgua going to be pushing for some aggressive plays now. They're going to be taking too far, though. The big plays coming out from Goku and EMEA to turn this team fight around. Still, O1 Esports managing to keep this rolling a little bit. Their health is starting to get quite low, and Ken's going to take advantage of that. Sticks the Mercy on top of that, and that's going to be both of the support going down in this fight, and Ken just being so lethal again now. Yeah, you talked about the song before, and what a fitting way for a diva to end, considering her surname is Song. There is,
wow.
Yeah, I bet you didn't know that when you made that joke.
I actually did know that, Hannah Song. I'm pretty.
There we go.
Consider myself a lore buff in a lot of ways. So, you know, Ultra was a moon casting for so long. I did not know that you were so knowledgeable on the lore of Overwatch. But really nice play from Ifgua again. O1 with a much better start to the 2 fight, but they struggle to close it out from this sort of chaotic playstyle. He's gonna go for the barrage there. First key to die if he keeps on.
but has managed to open up some opportunities for the team. Snippy doing a huge amount of work. That you don't often see the barrels of the guns working for the Hammond. Now Yubi going on to a Sombra to try and get some sustain now and hack down some key targets, but there's so many key targets. Who do you even fight for? Not doing enough damage. The rest of I'm Special and his team taking this handedly, actually.
Yeah, they looked super strong on that team fight. On that point, but really is a scrappy fight again from both teams. Neither team able to get an advantage and keep it throughout a team fight. Often we see team fights started off by the team that gets the early pick, just get completely steamrolled by that team. But here, it's not the case at all. The fights are going so long, respawns are coming through, and that always favors the defending team on any point in Overwatch. So unfortunately for O1 they weren't able to grind through the points towards the end of that, and it is going to be Ifguao evening the series. So a pretty good series, at least in the first two games.
Oh yeah, I'm very happy that we're not seeing this go one-sided or anything like that. O1 Esports did phenomenally well on Ilios. They really managed to dominate that map, especially on the Lighthouse. And now if Gua just used that chaos in a very good way to control areas. You know, when you look at their attack, they pushed that first point onto the garage, and even though they lost the fight technically, they didn't back off. They still stayed underneath the garage while O1 Esports went on top of it. And so they were always around. When they went into the streets phase, they used their spread out nature to control it and let the payload basically walk the whole way for free and just shut down people as they came out. Guys, we are going to be quickly going to a break. Again, still struggling a little bit with some desyncing. So don't go anywhere. I mean, look at the Overwatch you've got already. The rest of it's going to be great, guys, as we carry on with the semifinals. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, sorry about the technical issues. It is the beginning of the day, and what a day of Overwatch we've got. It is the Overwatch Open Division. We've got the winners bracket semifinals right now. It is some of the great Overwatch that we're getting to see at this pinnacle. I'm Ultrism. Joining me for the rest of this match is Sun Phoenix.
Yeah, and for the previous part of this match as well. Hopefully we've got all our technical difficulties sorted out by now. From our end, everything looks peachy. So fingers crossed, everybody in chat, please. Cross your fingers that nothing else goes wrong. It is 0-1 taking on Ifgua. And it's been a pretty fun series so far. We've seen a kind of clash of styles. 0-1 with a very strong, stable composition that they've really not flexed off of at all. We saw for one brief iota of a second right at the end there, we saw Sombra poke a little head out. But other than that, it's really been that same composition from 0-1 Esports. Ifgua, they've been mixing things up quite a bit. And they really got the better of Route 66 there with their chaotic style. But Altruism, next up, we have King's Row. And we're expecting great things out of this map as usual.
I mean, King's Row, for anyone who's not super familiar with competitive esports or competitive Overwatch in any way, esports is the map that is always picked.
Esports is the map.
Esports, yeah. The whole of esports is the map. King's Row is the map that is picked across the whole of Overwatch. You know, it's in every region they play this. They play it in scrims, they play it in competitive maps, they play it in grand finals. And so teams are very, very familiar with this map.
Yeah, we see a lot of it's a map that lends itself to a couple of different things as well, on the different points and just in general. You might see a more brawly, stable composition. This is a map where Goats was really came into its own, I think, back when that was a thing. And so Ryan Zarya very common on this map. I doubt we'll see that here, just because these teams have been running not that. Although it looks like they're going to go for although that's attacking team is focused on the defending team instead. It is going to be pretty much what we've been seeing out of this. Running the Ashe alongside the Pharah here for 0-1 Esports. I like that. They were on the Road Dog for just a brief second there, just to tease us. Make us think they were going to try and match on that, but no. More of the same from then. No Tracer this time. Sorrows will be in on the Ashe instead. So I quite like that pick. You can make good use of the high grounds here. On the other side, though, looks like they're going to come out with the Zarya on I'm Special. He's really been one of the more flexible players on this team in terms of what he's running in that off-tank role.
And 0-1 Esports, like you say, just going for a very similar composition. I like this. That's a nice absorb of the dynamite by the Zarya. I'm Special going to be getting a little bit of charge there. But, you know, 0-1 Esports, you talk about it, they've run this Goku Pharah the entire way. And I mean, when considering the mechanical skill that we've gotten to see from this Pharah, I'm not blaming them. They are trying to hard force it into everything. But so far, it's worked very well on Ilios, not so well on Route 66. Still had its moments of glory, but the team as a whole didn't manage to get through that. So Sorrow's now going to be coming through with more pick potential, more burst damage potential. And between the two of them, they might be able to find openings, or at least create openings for their teams on vulnerable targets that the rest of the team can follow up. And Imo and Snip have been right there when they needed. You know, something like a Wrecking Ball slam into a Sorrow's headshot could open up that opportunity straight away. It's going to be interesting to see if Gua, though, can penetrate through with this bubble on the ball, I would guess.
Yeah, probably when he goes in there. Just give him a little bit of extra survivability there. Ken, though, opens things up. He gets rid of the Mercy, and that's basically the best pick you could ask for to start a team fight.
And it's nice taking space here. You see 0-1 Esports having to be pushed back a little bit, and it is going to be Ifgua managing to push forward. And again, these chaotic fights that are so well known by these players, still just lobbing damage into the background. Sorrow's getting a nice pick on the Ana, who's going to get raised up quite quickly after that. And so I'm Special now being able to just walk onto points, and it's 0-1 Esports giving them a couple of ticks to try to get back. Opens up the time, buys a little bit of time for Sorrows to get the pick that they need. And now we see the recontest coming out from 0-1 Esports. They're relying on their tanks to try to get on here. They do manage to get the Hammond out, and it's going to be Goku trying to get damage from above. They're going into so much damage from the Zarya beam. I'm Special coming out and taking that damage, followed up as well by Ken. Now Ken looking for space around the outside, gets one good shot onto the Ana, not going to be able to poke their head out for a little while. And Waldorf eventually means that, again, if Gua are going to be able to start putting percentage onto this point, it's going to be 0-1 Esports. They've got to contest now or never. They don't have a wrecking ball to stall out anymore as well. Ken going to be trying to shut it down with that ultimate, and that's against the nano boost as well as the Bob coming out in that fight. Goku still doing damage though, and gets taken out eventually. That's got to be the last straw here for Ifgua that they need to get the rest of this point. Imo still staying on the point though. With this Diva Bomb, could actually put in a lot of damage. Manages to take out the Mei. It is going to be 0-1 Esports. They're recontesting this for as long as they need to. Going to be throwing out the bomb. Imo just going to be sitting there, gets to remake onto the point, and still a lot of sustain here. The spawn advantage from Ifgua means that they try and drag it out, and again, just so long.
Yeah, this time they're favoring 0-1 actually, as they're able to sort of stabilize here. But the fight really not just ever ending as this is going to come through here.
That's a nice pick coming out from Goku, and still 0-1 Esports hanging around, being able to contest this. If we're not backing out at all, now dedicating the Blizzard, and the Goku barrage though pins them in the corner, shuts down that backline, and now can put pressure on the Zarya and the Mei, who've been causing trouble on the front line. Again, just rallying around every position that they need to. And the recontest comes from 0-1 Esports so that they don't give up the first point.
Yeah, I'm shocked that they've managed to draw this out. They're really playing into Ifguao's hands, you'd have to think here. But so far, they've been doing such a good job of just holding these team fights steady and just coming in with the respawns, getting a pick, regular picks to make sure they don't give it away. You'd think they'd lose out with the way the respawns work on this map on this point, but they've been doing such a good job on the defense.
This is great target priority by Special, just realizing that the dangers instead coming from above. It's something that tank players often forget. As we see now, the space created for Ken to click heads as they manage to shut it out. If we're managing to finally get that point, you know, they never really backed out, but they made it work.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Coming to Streets phase here, it's a tougher comp to get tons of value out of this ball. You don't quite have the freedom of movement that you have on some other maps. Soros in the Ash as well might find himself corralled into a little bit of a tight choke if he's not careful. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do this Mei though. I think you can get a ton of value on the Streets phase of Kings Row with that Mei. Has the Blizzard at the ready should you choose to commit it here. Got Mines on the side of Ifguao as well. Soros with the Bob, one with the Nano Boost as well. So could be quite an explosive team fight here ultimately.
They're setting it up, and 0-1 Esports has looked very good when they're in a set position, when they're making a play on their terms, and they're going to start it out now with this nano boosted Goku. He's running to the back line, or float into the back line instead. Now going to be dropping the barrage to clear whatever's left in this corner. Does manage to get a huge amount of pressure out, and 0-1 Esports using that set play to their advantage.
Yeah, really nice execution here. This is kind of what we expect to see out of 0-1 Esports, at least based on what we expected out of these two rosters. We expect to see 0-1 come in with some well set up plays, some good stable compositions, and that's really what we've been seeing here. I like the substitution of bringing Soros in for UB on the Ash to give themselves a little bit more of a different dynamic, because what they did on Route 66 appeared not really to work that well as the next team fight starts to get started here.
Now it's going to be started by the Bob, who charges into the back right. Actually going to do a good job. Soros gets knocked up into the air. It stays safe, and the sleep onto the back line actually stops the aggression from Ifgua for now. They've got possession of the payload though, so still getting it moving. I don't think they need to be getting the kills at the beginning, and instead they really shouldn't be dying like that. Ken going to be taken out. Snippy going to be quickly behind though to level things out, and Imo has a great opportunity for a bomb here. Could throw this into the backline and cleave apart the backline. Instead forces out the beat. Imo again going to be hesitant with dropping that bomb, just realizes that there's not too many people close, but the Pharaoh is still here. The Pharaoh with the nano boost is coming through, and so maybe that bomb could have worked to their advantage to clear out some space, but he's going to be able to reinforce soon enough while Goku cleans the rest of this fight up.
Yeah. Oh man, it's tough to deal with this Pharaoh here. The sightlines aren't that long for an Ash to find value there as the McCree. Unfortunately, not going to find anything with that. But Soros doing a pretty good job of building outcharge, getting that Bob out here and trying to buy some space for his team to deal with that Pharaoh from Goku. But again, I don't think like the Pharaoh is really that big of an issue for them. As if Guahu, you're going to try and push through again.
It's if Guo though have already won this fight. They dropped the bombs to stop the reinforcements coming in. They isolated Imo on the Diva on the payload and shut it down quite quickly. And so O1 Esports, I feel like they're a little bit hesitant sometimes when they're dropping this Diva Bomb in terms of using it to create space for the team. And when they give Ifgua a little bit of space, they're able to run forward. Now I'm running forward a little bit too much, losing the Mei at the beginning of the fight. Ken having swapped onto this Widowmaker maybe there as the potential solution. Goku actually just going to glide off the map, and the res coming out somehow. All right, we'll see. This Tractor Kid's going to be cleaving into the back line with this Wrecking Ball. Under a lot of pressure, though, going to go down early. And so O1 Esports now just escalating their pick advantage. They're winning this fight with too many people using resources, shuts down the Nano Boost and the Diva Bomb effectively, and have pretty much won this fight.
Well, Card's still moving forward though, Ultra. So if Guao here are going to be happy to get whatever movement they can, they have to get set up again here. Very scrappy once again, very drawn out, chaotic. Struggle for both teams to get an advantage and keep an advantage, to actually push through these team fights and get set up to hold the point for the defense side or push through on the attacker side.
And as we start ticking down towards the final 40 seconds, this means that these scrappy team fights is going to be the last team fight. It's going to just drag out. There's only one more opportunity really for the teams to group up, and that's what Ifgua is doing right now, trying to just get into a position that they take one fight.
Well, gonna have to do that. No ults for either team here. Almost the full box sound barrier to push it out, but not really the most defensive ulti here for the attacking team, but will help them weather the storm that the defenders are putting up in their face.
And it has been a dive into the back line. The beat comes out to try and reinforce Ifgua. The bombs taking out Sniper, but the rest of Ifgua looking under a dangerous position. Goku again has a great angle with the support of this Mercy to put the damage into the side of this fight. And so Ifgua not really going to be able to sustain in this place for too long. They need to get picks quickly. The Nano Boost is going to help out as well. But now the Rocket's finding the man in the background. The Mei actually also going to get Nano Boosted up to survive there. And Goku not getting the picks that they needed, but Ifgua again now just trying desperately to stay on the payload. Soro's going to have a bob to throw out into this, and the bob's going to run straight through the blizzard into the corridor. That's not going to be a great angle to cover the payload, but it does enough. The Mei wall actually pitting them against the wall. Barrage coming out to clear this up, and Ifgua not managing to find that final point.
Yeah, nice work from O1 Esports there. I want to say they kind of stabilized towards the end, but they actually didn't stabilize. It felt like it was never stable. Nope. It was always kind of teetering on the edge there. It felt like we had one fight from the beginning of the Streets phase all the way through to the end, and that's kind of what you get, I think, when you play up against this Ifgua squad. It's just going to be an all-out brawl, an all-out battle from point A to point C, and O1, at least on King's Row, I think I'll be happy with how they dealt with that. But I almost feel like they want to be breaking up these fights a little bit more, getting set up, being a little bit more disciplined in how they approach things, because I think really Ifgua are perfectly happy to play that kind of style. And if you let them do that chaotic style, it's going to sort of benefit them a lot more. But I think at the end of the series, we're going to look back and say, who does it really benefit? Because so far it's been an even series, and so far in King's Row it's pretty even still. So I'm excited to see what these teams do throughout the rest of King's Row, and if either team is going to change up their playstyle as we move forward.
Do you really believe that O1 Esports is going to change up their playstyle? I mean, well, not at least not their playstyle, but their composition. I think that they're making it work. They made it work at the end. I think they took a long time to get into a position to make it work, but the picks from both sides proving pivotal. And I mean, we haven't seen the Mei work like a normal Mei.
No. Yeah, she doesn't quite work like we've been seeing a little bit into the sort of Ryan Zarya compositions, or the Ryan Diva compositions, where you just kind of slice the Ryan off and put him under pressure. It's a little bit different how it works in this, but I will say about O1, if they've got more subs in the bank here, who knows, if they've got Soros who can come in on this Ashe and put the pressure on, maybe they've got a couple of other players who can come in and kind of change up how this composition or the O1 Esports composition looks, but we're gonna have to wait and see.
Nice bit of defense, a good pressure coming out from Ifgua now. Like you say, it's up to what they've got in the bag, and it's how they execute it now. Ken still going back to that favorite Tracer, going to be able to put in damage constantly and chase out people, obviously put pressure on that Zarya. And so O1 Esports trying to take some offensive positions, but the flex and the pressure from so many different angles from Ifgua is able to make it work, and still it drags out into another team fight. Now it's O1 Esports pushing onto the point. They've got a man advantage as they've got the Wrecking Ball just distracting the rest of if Gu are going to be coming in from the back line. They've got a May, in fact, leading the charge there. Soro's got a decent angle and has the bob up, and so could throw this onto the point. Gets a bit of damage onto the Baptiste, and now going to be able to even push this out further. Decides to shotgun into the corner. Doesn't drop the bob on this fight, and actually goes down there, and so the rest of Gu are now going to have to back up.
Yeah, Soro's finding a nice angle there, not really able to leverage that into a team fight victory on behalf of O1 Esports. And they're struggling to push through here, O1 Esports. It's been pretty well held by the defensive squad here. They've got a couple of ults to work with now. That Blizzard, as you said, not very valuable, but he gets taken down by Goku, and the Pulse Bomb gets eaten by Imo.
Oh, that's huge. A big play from them, but this Baptiste wall going to have to pay dividends. Doesn't work out, and neither does the Immortality Field. O1 Esports just cleaves at the exact right time and gets that grenade in the mid-air. Beautiful play to take out the Lucio as well. And it's O1 Esports. They've cracked through, and with a pretty decent time bank.
Yeah, they can be happy with that push. With 2 minutes left on the clock now, going to go up a lot more. There's still heroes in here making a nuisance of themselves, but eventually they get taken down. Now they can push forward, and now we're going to see them go super aggressive. That's what this composition does best, playing on the front foot. So they're going to set up here right on that second point, go in with the minefield, super aggressive play.
And you can see they're committing 100% to these fights. I mean, Snippy there was fighting it out for the May kill. Knew that there were enough other people around to punish it as well. And it opened up an opportunity for Gu to start pushing forward. They've tried with the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball, but maybe just a little bit too far away, too fast for the rest of the team to keep up.
Yeah, unfortunately for them here. Compositionally here, no real change-ups for either squad. Of course, we expect that out of O1. But I think... if Gu are happy with what they can bring to bear here. Kaiser still on that Blizzard here, looking to find some space to use it, and they've got a lot of ults to work with for both teams here. So this is going to be about aggressive ult usage, and they start off with the minefield.
And that's big play. They dive into the back line. That was a very split up fight. The minefield stopped the tank line, getting back to help the supports. And then O1 Esports is separated into two factions, which quickly fall each in turn. And Goku and the Mercy, the better Mercy. I'm still managing to stick around, keep a little bit of pressure coming in, but I don't think they need to be poking like this. They've got their ults up.
Yeah, that is true, but it's always good to just put the pressure on as well as they back out. Make sure they back out all the way, and nobody gets picked off in return, and that's really the key. Now, getting aggressive here, self-destruct going to go on in.
And the beat comes out from FGUA, just a big aggressive play, but they went straight into that face of that barrage. Goku again being the damage dealer here for O1 Esports, takes control of this fight, and the rest of it is over quite quickly. The May going to be stalling it out a little bit. Hammond just feeds a bit of ult charge there. And again, a little bit of a stall from FGUA, just dragging out these fights for as long as possible. But O1 takes a nice set play.
Yep, you kind of do want to do that as a defensive squad if you can, but obviously you don't want to end up losing the team fight. So O1 now going to push forward. They've got a very healthy time bank here, Ultras. In 2 minutes here, they should get most of the way. I think we're going to get another team fight here. There's a couple of players getting set up to recontest. We see that Tracer working his way through. So they're going to try and recontest you on the side of Ikua. Try and hold him on this final point. Because if you can do that, the spawn advantage is so nice to defend from here.
That Bob was a great way to initiate, but no follow-up just yet from the rest of O1 Esports. They've now lost it out to Baptiste Amplification Matrix and have decided to control the space with these mines, have started to shut down the positioning, and now can start chasing out the kills. Again, Goku coming in over the top, and with the help of the rest of the crew, who was so closely joined there, that they collect the point with 3 minutes now to get not even all the way.
That's true, not even all the way, and this is a point where you can get held off, but look at the position they're taking. They're controlling these high grounds. That's key to controlling this third phase of King's Road. It's going to be so difficult for Ifku to push through here and actually take the fight in. And look at the Hammond so low before he even starts to get in. Needs the bubble just to make the distance.
And again, they've reinforced the high ground. They got pushed off for a second, and the sleep comes out onto the ball. Snip going to take out Ken in the background, though. Finally, we get to see the Blizzard, but it's very deep in their own half. It is going to at least open up some opportunity for them to take down Goku, who was wrecking through their back line. But still, we see O1 Esports sticking around, managing to keep possession of this payload. Yeah,
nice work from O1 here, but they haven't quite pushed through here, but they're getting kills, one pick after another here. They need to get them quickly, though, because the spawns will come through as Sorrow struggles to pick off this Mercy.
But, got it themselves into a good position, even though they were chasing for a kill. Used that opportunity to flank around, get a great bob onto the carts, and now onto the high position. Sorrow's going to cleave through, and it is 0-1 Esports taking this third map.
And they looked so strong on that
Yeah.
map, Altruism. Compared to Route 66, they looked so much more comfortable. And it's funny because you'd almost look at this composition that they've been running so much, with the exception of Sorrows, of course, who just joined on Kings Row. You think it's supposed to work super well on Route 66. They can use the high grounds on all 3 points. They can play nice and aggressive. They got space to work with that ball. But unfortunately, it didn't seem to work out. Here on Kings Row, looked so much better. They were executing really well on their ultimates. Fewer of the fights were long and drawn out, especially on the attack. They were doing a good job of taking advantage of their initial pickoffs to clean things up. So really, I think the momentum of the series has flipped quite a lot now. And we look to Ifguao to see, as we move on to the next map, which will be an assault map, what are they going to bring?
I feel like Ifguao is really good at dragging out team fights and constantly putting pressure. And when you're on the attack, it's the attacking team's job to dictate the pace of the engagements, the tempo. Like, when do the engagements come? Do we just drag it out forever, or do we regroup and then come with a big fight? They get to time when the fight starts. And so when Ifguao is able to do that, that constant pressure is really nice to be able to take those advantages. Even when you've only got like a 1-player advantage, if it's a 2v1, that's still enough pressure to exercise your right to move the payload forward. Owen Esports, though, is really good at regrouping and then clashing hard, dropping the ultimates that they need, finding the good angles, and then Goku and the Better stay alive for so long that eventually, even if the only 2 players that are left for them are the Pharaoh Mercy, that's a lot of damage and a lot of sustain to be able to clean up the 2 or 3 players on low HP from Ifguao. Yeah,
absolutely. And we're going to have to see now as we come to our assault map, like, Ifguao, do they need to change something up now? We've spoken about O1 Esports and how inflexible they've been, relatively speaking. Looks like they're not going to make any substitutions as well, so we are going to see Sorrows, and that makes a lot of sense. You can look at pretty much all the assault maps and think that an Ashe is going to be extremely valuable, and I presume that Sorrows plays more long mid-range hit scan heroes, like the McCree, the Ashe, the Soldier.
You could put a lot of Hanzo. That would actually be really good on most of your assault maps.
Anything like that can get set up on a high ground somewhere and start to rain down damage. So it makes a lot of sense to put him there as opposed to the Tracer player in UB. No subs coming out from the other side, at least as far as I can see, Ifguao. So they're happy with the roster they have. It's going to be a question of the composition here. Assault maps, though, theoretically, you might see that Road Dog run a little bit more. I think Control and Assault are 2 map types where I think that hero can get a lot of value as you control chokes and shut down flankers. So we're going to have to wait and see. The Torbjorn, we haven't really seen make an appearance since Route 66 Altruism. They've really been leaning on that May a lot more. And I agree with the pick, but it hasn't seemed to be working. So we're going to have to wait and see. Do they switch it up? Do they go back to that Torbjorn instead of the May? I think the May makes a lot of sense, theoretically, but they're struggling to execute. They're struggling to shut down Snip on that ball. He's making a lot of space for O1 Esports. He's allowing the DPS, Sorrows, and Goku to really put the pressure on from the sky and from high ground, respectively. So, yeah, I'm interested to see, firstly, what the map's going to be, because that's going to make quite a big difference to what these teams want to do, and then also what we actually see compositionally from both teams.
It should be interesting. If I'm not mistaken, Ifguao has subbed in Avs, right?
He was in for the last map.
Okay.
He was playing Honor.
So what I'm interested to see if Ifguao really wants to change it up. What's the one hero that comes to mind when you've got a ball wrecking your backline for a DPS?
McCree, I guess.
McCree or Sombra?
Sombra, yeah, true.
And I think that
put me on the spot there, Ultras.
McCree is good if you're wanting to keep the fight at mid range, but considering how much damage Goku is doing from their own range, playing out of range if needs be, and Sorrows has got that mid to long range fight down. You might need to, especially on the defense, fight at much closer ranges. You've got to utilize those chokes. And something like a Sombra controlling a very pivotal health pack very nearby can sustain the team, can go into the back line or get a hack on a very deep diving target. Something like Snip or even IMO on the Diva has been doing a lot of work. And so you shut down that defense matrix for a couple of seconds and the mobility for a couple of seconds,
Yeah.
and it can stall out the team fight and allow your players to then get close in and do the damage where the Soros doesn't want to play, or where Goku hasn't got time to then carry on playing.
Yeah, we saw a tiny bit of Sombra out of O1 right at the death of Route 66 as a kind of desperation pick. And I believe it was Yubi who brought that out. We haven't seen anything of the sort. Of course, Ken has been playing a lot of that Tracer, but I agree with you. I love Sombra as a hero, but it's the kind of hero, as much as we'd like to think you can just slot it in anywhere, it actually doesn't always slot into a composition that well. She doesn't offer exactly what a Tracer does, even though she feels quite similar in playstyle and execution. You get much more damage coming out of a Tracer. You get that pulse bomb, and you don't have that big ulti that the whole team needs to work around. If you're not comfortable playing with a Sombra on your team, the Sombra can look super bad and super silly. And similarly, if you're not comfortable playing a Sombra, it's going to take you 20 million years to build up an ultimate charge against teams of this caliber. And then the whole reason you pick that hero is for the EMP. The hack is nice against the ball, absolutely. But if you can't get value out of the hero as a player, you're better off running whatever you're more comfortable with. So it's going to be interesting. Do if Guo have a Sombra player, and B, are they willing to put that into their composition?
Oh, 100%. Teams tend to have things that they favor more. They've shown a couple of them so far. Ken on the Tracer is a very standard pick for them. Arm Specials, Roadhog, they're coming through, even coming through with a couple of the other Zarya picks. They seem to have quite a depth to their team, or they just don't have one set meta. And so whether Sombra is a part of one of these varied metas that they've tried to bring out, it's going to be up to the next game to find out. Guys, we're going to go to a quick break. Sorry again for this. Just trying to sort out some ping issues. We're going to be right back after this. But 2-1 so far to O1 Esports. They are one map away from going through to the winners bracket finals. And I would like to see if they manage to do it, or if Gua can rally again. Certainly not out of this, and certainly showing that they've got some life left. We'll be back for the rest of the series after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In a day of serious upsets and a lot of weirdness coming out from both the play of the Overwatch and, unfortunately, our technical issues, there has been a bit of an infringement on the rules. O1 Esports is going to, unfortunately, have to forfeit this match, giving the win to Ifgwayu. Quite a disappointing result if you consider the level of Overwatch that was being played. I was excited for seeing more. But, guys, we are going to be back with a little bit more Overwatch for you. It is the Winners Bracket Grand Finals, where Ifgwayu is going to be taking on Fourth Dimension, who managed to win their semifinals as well. That's going to start in about 10 minutes, guys. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with lots more action, but unfortunately, that's it for the semifinals. We'll see you in about 10. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have the big match for today. It is the winners bracket finals here in this Overwatch Open Division here. We've gotten a long way through. Fourth Dimension having come through that first semifinals, taking out their Prodigy team, their upcoming Academy team in Fifth Dimension. And Fourth Dimension has brought the entire squad here to analyze this game. They are going to be looking to take on let's do this properly. We got to get the name right. If Guagea Wagagahual coming through as our second team, coming through that second semifinals that we just got to cast. And by we, I mean myself, Ultrism, and Sun Phoenix joining us for this game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of that team whose name you just said. Every time you say it, I feel like you're just winging it, just making it up as you go along. But I've heard you say it a couple of times, and I can confirm you're saying it the same way every time. And based on the pronunciation we were giving, you are getting it 100% correct. So if you guys don't believe us at home, you can just take my word for it. So yeah, we're going to be seeing more of that team here. I'm excited for that. We didn't really get to see them complete the game last time, so I'm excited to see how their composition progresses. They have a lot of flexibility, a lot of different stuff to show. And then Fourth Dimension, I mean, obviously coming through the other upper bracket semi-final against their academy team, Fifth Dimension. I'm glad we didn't cast that because that would have been super hard to get through, Fourth versus Fifth Dimension. But excited to see what they bring here. As you said, Altruism, whole squad here in the mix, ready to give the feedback live as they go through. So yeah, looking forward to see what these two teams bring to bear.
And if you guys ever have a doubt about how good the seeding is at predicting who's going to get through there or who has the upper skills, this is the first seed, Fourth Dimension, coming through against the second seed, Ifgua. And so, you know, they really came into this as the favorites looking to fight this out. I got to last weekend cast Fifth Dimension, their academy team, and they played phenomenally well. So if that's what you're bringing through as your junior setup, your senior setup is got to have a lot of impetus behind them. And I think they're going to need it. And if they can use that impetus to just finally dislodge a team fight from Ifgua and, you know, stop them just dragging it out forever, then, you know, they might actually run through this.
Yeah, I think that's going to be key here. We don't know much about Fourth Dimension's playstyle, what hero they favors, anything like that. That's what we're going to have to wait and see. Obviously, just up against O1, they were running the Ball Diva composition, very inflexible for the most part, and they made it work 2 times out of 3. So impressive to see. And maybe Fourth Dimension look at that match and see, okay, that's a composition you can use to counter what Ifgua were doing. They also got a better sense of what kind of things Ifgua are putting out there, what compositions, what hero player matchups they are favoring. Of course, we saw a bit of that Torbjorn, a bit of that Rodok stuff that they might not be used to playing as much against on the side of Fourth Dimension. Maybe they've had some time now with an extensive coaching team to kind of nail down exactly how they want to approach this map.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, we're going to Lijiang Tower for our first matchup. It is going to be the control point map. Lijiang, of course, has that really nice enclosed spaces, but also has the bigger night market, for example, or garden setups where you can find space on something like a Pharaoh that we saw O1 Esports running well last time. And if Guayu did struggle against that to a certain extent.
Yeah, they struggled a bit to deal with Goku on the Pharaoh in their last matchup, but It's hard to say really because once T Sorcerer got on that Baptiste, they didn't seem so bad. Ken as well on the McCree had no trouble shutting down that Farah. So it really is a question of what energy they could put in there to shutting down the Farah if need be, which it might not be because we're gonna have to wait and see. It is gonna be Gardens to start things. You'll see as we jump into game here, and that's gonna be an interesting map. That's one of those maps where your vertical mobility becomes extremely important. One of those maps where the ball especially can get a lot of value. We see him around a lot of this map. Of course, a lot of opportunities to get boops and environmental kills, so that's something both teams need to be aware of. But one also where Torbjorn has found a little bit of value as well. You can set up nice crossfires, you can brawl nicely on the point, but it is going to be Ken here running the Tracer Kaiser. Going to be going on that main instead.
Indeed. And bringing up the rest of the FGO setup that we saw on stream A. If you guys were lucky enough to catch stream B, you would be aware of Fourth Dimension's loadout. FGO coming out with Ken and Kaiser on that DPS duo tractor, and I'm Special coming through on that tank lineup, again favoring that ball and chain between the two of them on these control points. Cool Boy going to give the team a little bit of mobility on the Lucio, and T Sorcerer coming through with that favorite Baptiste. On the other side, Fourth Dimension going to be coming through with Braven, and that's the Holy Pig, if you're interested about how that name is pronounced. The Holy Pig on your May, Chase Torch and Aerial coming through as your two tanks, and Frogadier, and so Froki and Draco coming through as your supports. As we start to this off, we see Braven coming through, and the Maywall comes up early. That's going to be an opportunity for Guayu to be starting to put some pressure, but still, what I mentioned, just playing around the center pillar, keeping every angle pushed out. Not every angle, unfortunately. Guayu find a couple of picks running in there, and the hook comes out from Arm Special to shut down that charge halfway through, and now they just have to use the Diva. Fourth Dimension going down on the first fight.
Yeah, nice play from Ifguao here. It's a difficult composition to play in if you're playing the Reinhardt. Got that May you have to deal with. There's a May on his own team, but still, he has to be careful not to get sliced off from his team and taken down. A lot of pressure coming from a lot of different angles. He's having to cover the Roadhog. He's having to keep his team alive from the May, and they're likely to have the Ball and Tracer in the back line. So Chase here gonna have a difficult time on the Reinhardt. The whole team gonna have to be careful here as we see Ken on the back line looking to find a pick with his pulse bomb.
Oh, very good. The pulse bomb eaten by the defense matrix, shuts down that attempt from the back line. But it is still going to be them looking backwards, being able to take out Ken. The rest of the front line, though, falling apart for Fourth Dimension. They've dropped the Blizzard onto the point. It is going to be May rolling around the outside, and the whole hog used to fortify the position for a fire. Bomb dropped down by Fourth Dimension, but not really going to be able to find anything. It has cleared off a little bit of space, and they haven't managed to cap it just yet. Oof.
Frog deleted there to try to make his way out here. But if Guayu, man, set up on Poncha and looking pretty unstoppable. They've got now the Blizzard fighting into this next fight. They need to be careful that Aerial doesn't remove that Blizzard from the game before it can start to be effective, as we saw with that pulse bomb just a moment ago. But yeah, that Blizzard is going to be key, and he's playing into a comp that he can really get value out of it. And yeah, he's going to start off here. Nice wall to cut the Blizzard.
That was a great way to start off that fight. Once you have that slide pick, that you don't rely on the team to just now cut through that Reinhardt shield and take them down. Instead, managing to put down the Blizzard, freeze it up, and now it's going to be the rest of Fourth Dimension though pushing forward. They feel like they were comfortable enough after that first team fight. The reinforcement beat comes out from FY to keep them alive for a long time, and they still, the two teams facing off around this pillar. No one really wanting to push forward. It was going to be Tractor trying, but gets stunned up by that McCree flashbang. T Sorcerer going to get taken out of the air. Chase also picking up a kill with that fire strike, and it is turnaround at the overtime.
Yep, 99 on the clock here for Ifguao, and that was the key there. McCree getting the stun onto the ball and taking him down. You saw things just kind of fall apart after that very quickly. Without that ball in the mix to split up the attention of this Fourth Dimension squad, it's pretty difficult for them to find value as a unit. But once they take that ball out, you mentioned the Sombra, I mentioned the McCree altruism in the last match, and it's the McCree this time that comes out and plays off for his team.
Patient setup coming out from Guayu now to try and get into this. Special, of course, has that hook to try and start this off, and they managed to force out the bombs so far without really committing, and they managed to get the trace effect. Nice. This could be big. They've dropped the bombs of their own, and Ken looking to add another bit of explosive power to the sticks into the back of the Reinhardt. It's going to walk into the team. That immortality field being able to keep them alive for now, but for how long can they heal themselves back up? They're doing a good job so far. Braven, only one left really low, but the Special coming through now, managing to thread the needle onto the back of the point, getting that pick off onto the Baptiste. And the fourth dimension was corralled back and forth there with that pressure starting off from Tracer and Ken. I'm Special looking actually a little bit vulnerable, and they are managing to pick up the Roadhog. Still, there's not a lot of fourth dimension players left on here. They've still got control of the point.
Yeah, no, they managed to weather the storm there. A lot of ults coming out from Ifgwayu there, but not managing to flip that one around. And really credit to the tanks and supports of fourth dimension staying alive. We're seeing Braven get a ton of value on that McCree. Picks at critical times, but he's only able to do that because his tanks and supports are keeping each other healthy, making space for him to find angles and get the shots that he needs to. So fourth dimension looking like a well-oiled machine now that they have control of the point.
There's an Earth Shadow that comes out from fourth dimension, and the beat that also, but everyone from Ifgwayu was on the other side of the wall. Oh, they're on this other side of the bridge, so there was no follow-up. Now it's going to be Ifgwayu running forward. They've managed to close the space. There's no ultimates left from the fourth dimension to really start this out, and it is going to be Ifgwayu starting to clean up this point. They've managed to drop their bombs. The roll through gets to Lucio, and it is going to be turned around. That might be it.
Looks like a pretty good situation here. Not going to get in time, in time. On the side of fourth dimension. Ifgwayu are going to start things off with a victory on Lijiang Tower, but I mean that was a really not as scrappy as we saw against 0-1 Altruism. Really well divided team fights, and I think that speaks to fourth dimension's well put together stable composition here. They know when to start fights, they know when to end fights, and they're not getting picked off quite as often as we saw the likes of 0-1 doing. So fourth dimension here I think are going to put up a really good fight against Ifgwayu, but it comes down to shutting down the playmakers on Ifgwayu's side. Don't get picked off by I'm Special, don't let Ken press you in the back line, and weather the storm of the ultimates effectively. And that's what we saw Ifgwayu do very well actually in that last team fight. They didn't get killed by the Shadow, didn't get pressured by the Shadow. They split up fourth dimension very effectively and got the picks they needed to force their way through, get the recap and win that match. So an interesting match set up here and a good start in this one for fourth dimension.
Fourth dimension managing to use that Lucio speed boost to just run forward, and now they're going to give some space. Braven managing to take out the Baptiste, a nice flash bang fan the hammer, takes the pressure off from that Roadhog. Now fourth dimension with this Reinhardt shield starting to fall low, just want to retreat back to the base. But if Ifgwayu are not going to give them any time, they know that they got a couple of picks at the beginning, but they're like, they'll catch up to us as they carry on rolling forward towards the point. Fourth dimension now put it completely on the back foot, and with Kaiser and that May wall, you always have to be worried about that coming up behind you. There's a May wall to start off the fight. It's going to give a little bit of space towards the wrecking ball, just enough in fact to get out there, hiding behind the pillar. It's still the Holy Pig trying to chase him down. This wrecking ball has to flee left, right, and center. Gets a nice pile driver and stays alive. It's up to Braven now. Has got this McCree. 100 gets taken out by a nice double high skill from the head from Kaiser. Manages to isolate this for Ifgwayu. They're going to take control.
Yeah, chaotic, drawn-out team fight. We know how this one goes. Altruism. This is going to be Ifgwayu pushing forward here. Gets a Tracer just to end things off, and yeah, that's a tough position. They did manage to get the point early on in that team fight on the side of fourth dimension, so not losing out too much, but now they're stuck in this choke that they have to work their way through. But look at this. Set up on the left-hand side here. Looking to get a nice flanking angle. The hook comes through. Doesn't find anything here, but they don't know about this pulse bomb hiding just around the corner.
He gets Drummond against the defense matrix. He gets the stake. He gets on the recalling Tracer, and so doesn't actually manage to get anything out. Kaiser though running forward with this Blizzard. The Diva Bomb is being thrown backwards. They're trying to open up some space for fourth dimension, but they're going to run straight into the Blizzard. The hook comes out, freezes up the Diva. That's going to be the way to start this off. Defense matrix no more. The stake on the other way though comes out. Braven gets McCree Deadeye kill and follows it up onto the wrecking ball. I'm Special looking to clean out a little bit as this dissolves into the fractured remains.
Yeah, messy team fight there, but that's a tough fight to take in that space. You'd think for Ifgwayu there, but they did such a good job keeping their distance, because you don't really want to fight against the Reinhardt in that space, right? Especially when he's being supported as well as he is. But they weren't able to get the picks there. Some ultis going a bit awry there, and a great Blizzard from Kaiser really sealed the deal there. They managed to get the pick into the Diva and clean things up from there. So Ifgwayu here in the driver's seat with 61% of the clock.
Now we see the nano boost goes out onto the Tracer. Ken has done a lot of work so far, keeping out of it so far. Manages to nearly get down the Baptiste, looking for the last bit. Desperate pulse bomb into the backline, now going to have to flee for their life. Does at least manage to put in some damage, and again it's Kaiser coming through with the shots to make it work. This is a DPS most Sorry, May the whole way, and has the Blizzard now to keep this frozen up if they want. The D.Va's running for the backline. That means there's no defense matrix to eat this up as the rest of Iguayu just collapse upon fourth dimension.
Such impressive play from Iguayu. Kaiser been popping off in the sewers. I spoke about Braven on the McCree earlier, getting the picks, but Kaiser's been finding those icicle headshots at just the right moments to take the pressure off his team here as the ball swings on through. Overtime now ticking down as Fourth Dimension need to find a way to beat this Iguayu squad.
Nice approach from Fourth Dimension though, sticking around the outside. Ken does manage to get a stick, but not the kill again. Now running to the backline, we see Braden's High Noon coming out. The hook is going to be there, shuts down the walking McCree. I'm special, constantly aware of where the danger is coming from. The wrecking ball mines also in the entranceway, just sealing that off, and meaning that Fourth Dimension desperately trying to just get to the point, not able to win it out. And we see the first map going to Iguayu.
Yeah, with a 2-0 as well, you know.
Yeah.
I thought this Fourth Dimension squad looks a lot more put together, a lot more organized than the 0-1 squad, but it's got a lot to do with the composition they're running on this map. The Reinhardt being a good focal point for the team to work around, and we're going to see Kaiser here play the game, putting the pressure on. Nice work from the May player, just finding the headshots, finding the body shot. Look at that, not missing an icicle there. That would suck to play into, and he's really helping his team work forward here. But you can see the effect the May has against that Reinhardt composition there. He's able to do whatever he wants. He can use the wall. We saw that him use the Blizzard on the first map, Gardens, to isolate the D.Va and the Reinhardt from each other, and then use the Blizzard to shut down the Reinhardt and get the picks they need to. And it's really difficult for Chase to play around that and work with his team. That's something I think that they're going to have to figure out if they can deal with. And again, like we spoke about E1, of course, 0-1, sorry, we're only one map in here, Altruism, so it's a bit early to say, but how flexible are Fourth Dimension going to be here?
You know, there's something different about a control point, especially something like that control center, where the May has such defined angles that you can cut off.
Yeah.
The wall blocks off an entire choke. And then they used Cool Boy on the Lucio to always make sure that no matter what pathing options Fourth Dimension tried to take, they were always in place. They had Ken constantly in the back line harassing them, but they couldn't move. Fourth Dimension couldn't move forward through the choke because of the May. And so they kind of pincered them in small little rooms and then tore into them as much as they possibly could. You back it up with massive mechanics coming out and good ultimate usage. And the rest of Fourth Dimension kind of got controlled in those maps. When it comes now to something much more open, we're looking at Watchpoint Gibraltar for our escort map on this next one. It's going to be interesting. If Iguayu, they can't rely necessarily as much on the May. That's not going to get as much value. It might get some value, but you might be going across to something like Torben. So I definitely don't think that any team is locked into what they want to play for the rest of this competition.
No, not at all. Obviously, we know Iguayu a bit better, you and I here, having just seen them play. So we know that they can run, for example, that Torben, and we know that I'm Special doesn't have to play the Roadhog. You can play the D.Va, you can play the Zarya as well if you choose to. So there's some flexibility to play with here. I think Fourth Dimension's comp should work fine here, but it's going to really depend on how they approach dealing with the problems that Iguayu are presenting them with, and if they can control the tempo. And I think Fourth Dimension's comp in that previous match, centered around the Reinhardt D.Va with the McCree, that is a very meta composition, and that is what avoided here, as they called in the lobby. That's not what their actual name is. The Iguayu is actually looking to. That's what they'll be playing against most of the time. That's their bread and butter that they're used to coming up against. And you can see they know how to pick that lineup apart with flanks on the Roadhog and the Tracer, split them up and force them to take these awkward, difficult fights in places they don't want to be.
Yeah. And when you combine that with something like a Wrecking Ball, who's a hero designed to displace teams, you can, even a Fourth Dimension group up and all sit really nice and tightly together. You then get a Wrecking Ball that comes through, pops them up in the air. Maybe your McCree just stands outside of cover for a second after that. Roadhog hook comes in onto your disabled teammates, and then you can start picking at the sides of it. You got Ken on the back line tearing around there. It's difficult for Fourth Dimension. I'm interested to see what sort of lineup they run here. Do they want to go for a very static comp and just try and cover all the angles, make sure that the Roadhog hooks can't find targets? Or do they try and maybe take the fight to them? It looks like they might be just trying to take the fight to them with much more of an aggressive comp.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they come out of the doors with us, of course. So you can never really tell what the attackers are up to until the doors open. On the other side, though, look at that. A Genji coming out from Ken. I think it makes a lot of sense on this map. with the way you can abuse the verticality, similar to Route 66. This first point is a lot of higher grounds with a lot of crossfires that can be set up, and that means Ken's going to have the mobility to move around and focus who he really wants to. He's going to have to work well with Tractor Kid here on the ball to make sure they can get done what they need to get done, but they've got I'm Special on that road to pick off anybody who's out of position. On the other side though, look at that, what we're running. It is a normal dive here. Okay, they're going to switch off the Symmetra onto the Echo. I like this pick, and it's giving them a lot of vertical mobility of their own right. To shut down the ball. Where are you going? He's managed to keep himself on the map, but will likely get taken down? Surely not.
Oh, mechanical skill just so good to be able to dodge the attacks for long enough, jump off the map, and then pile drive back on it. That's very, very practiced rectangle play that you can see. The Genji also going for quite a dangerous play there, but I'm Special managing to get the hooks. Again, just these picked attacks, these slight staggering of plays coming out from Empire now on blue to be able to play this, and now they're being able to put pressure. That Bay wall coming up in the middle of the archway shuts down the two tanks, means that they've got nowhere to run, and they've decided to try and turn around and fight this a little bit, but there's no one really left.
Yeah, this is what we saw O1 falling into the trap as well, that if WoW sets for their opponents, you just fight, you play until your enemy team starts losing, and then you just keep going, and they'll just keep fighting. It seems like their opponents always just want to fight them non-stop, and that just helps them burn the clock. Already a minute gone here. Braven does have this high noon. They're working close to that duplicate and the nano boost, so a lot of ultis available, but they're fighting into a blizzard and a nano boost on the other side, so it'll be a tough fight for Fourth Dimension to push through.
And then charge through the corridor, and the high noon is being protected for now. It manages to get out. The Genji was diving to the back line, but still that Mei staying on the outside, being a little bit of a threat. Doesn't really slow down Fourth Dimension too much here as they managed to push out. Still pushing this payload though.
Yeah, pushing the payload now, but this is okay for Ifwai. You've got some time to come back in, but what am I saying? Of course they're not going to wait. They're just going to pop the sound barrier, get aggressive and to clean things up here. Minefield dropped as well, but there is a Primal Rage to chase here, so he's not really in any danger, and they haven't got any kills yet on the side of Ifwai, and yeah, let me get taken down.
This is where you got to ask yourself, did they really need to go in that early? I mean, it was Fourth Dimension's fight all the way. They were able to take out each sequential target as it ran in, and it was pretty much Ifgwayu managing to throw away that one opportunity that they had to try and contest.
Yeah, pretty much. I think they must have seen something that made them feel like they needed to initiate right then, an opportunity that they wanted to pounce on, but unfortunately the backup wasn't quite there. They were fighting in a very choked position, and Chase managed to hold on to his ultimate, the Primal Rage. Now he can use it for the next team fight. This Winston going to be a difficult thing for Ifgwayu to deal with as the next team fight unfolds.
Oh, Chase going in deep, managing to get flashbang out, but he has that Primal Rage that you were talking about earlier, and doing a great job of traveling this McCree. Manages to take him out, now going to be going for the Ana, lands on top of them as well, and so the tank lineup in the background for Fourth Dimension is in the tier straight. See Chase managing to just stay alive now, reinforce this Devo who's sitting on the front line. The hook comes out from Special, does manage to take out the Holy Pig. Raven now looking to shut down this Roadhog, who does a great job of using the flashbang to secure that kill. The bombs now dropped in this entranceway mean that a very tight corner for for Fourth Dimension. Frog just sitting on that payload, now managing to stabilize up with the McCree. McCree's just going to zone everyone off the point, which is pushing a little bit forward.
Actually got the shot off on the McCree there. Nano boosted McCree. Ken going to show Braven how it's done here as he looks to push his team forward. They've lost a couple of players, big value anti-heals for both Anis here as the team fight unfolds. Oh, that's a low monkey. He goes down. Winston going to hit the deck here. Ken finding that one once again. Kaisler sleeping on the job here, but can rely on his team to keep him healthy as this Diva tries to get out of here. And again, he's drawn out team fights favoring Ifgwayu. Big anti-heal not going to lead to the road of stairs as Ken commits his ultimate. The sound barrier perfectly timed as well.
And they used the defense matrix to try to shut them down, but they did not manage to stop that massive ultimate. The replicate comes out on the Roadhog, but I don't know how much the Holy Pig is going to be able to do. Just the tempo of these fights, and they're staying so close to each other the whole time, and then choosing which push forward. And at this time, it was Ifgwayu pushing a little bit harder and managing to get the picks that they need.
Yeah, it is really just a case of these fights are long and drawn out, and that is exactly how Equari want to play these games. You can see Fourth Dimension a lot more consistent in how they want to take these team fights. Strong initiation, quick cleanup after that. But unfortunately, Equari is not giving them the opportunity to execute like they want to execute. Can they find this pick onto Ken? Not really sure what he was doing there. He's got the nano boost to keep him healthy.
Tractor's dragging the rest of the team away. Does pay with their life. But Kaiser, of course, always has this May wall to shut off whatever choke they try and come through, and that's the problem after you come through these doors. Ken now on a great flank, manages to get an off angle and start putting in damage. Just going to make the Vegeta run back a little bit, but the May wall is there to stop them running back up. Special going to go down at the high noon from the side from Ken. Manages to go out. He's now having to be quite a monkey in the bubble, and that's not where he wants to be. He's going to go down in this. So an opportunity for Fourth Dimension to try and push out of the stagnated position that they got themselves into. They got a monkey that's raging on the point and trying to clear some space. Chase has done a good job of it so far, now managing to even get them towards the bridge. Has shut down this Wrecking Ball in the corridor, but Wrecking Ball, using those great mechanics, goes out again.
I mean, can we talk about Ken's positioning there? He was on the left-hand side, isolated against the dive composition that whole time as Braven pops the high noon here, looking for anything he can find. I think at this moment, as Nano Boost goes forward there, Chase going to look to clean up this, and can he get the kill? He does just that. Now going to move towards the point here, try and clean things up. Just that May K's there. If you get rid of that, that's going to be a big boon for his team, but notoriously hard here to kill. Buying time now for Cool Boy and the squad to get back in, but the finishing team will find K's there. High noon, not to get any value, and it's Holy Pig cleaning up here on this Echo.
I don't know if you saw it there. That Echo stayed alive. Holy Pig stayed alive because the Brigida Frog managed to jump in front of them and block the high noon with the Brigida shield. And that secured them the point.
And cleans up there, does Holy Pig with the duplicated whole hog. So Fourth Dimension finding some rhythm now. That was a really nice push through, even in that very chaotic setup. And I wonder if we might not see them switch up here to a more Ryan-centered composition that they seem to favor on the Lijiang Tower. Can fit in nicely here, but they're going to start with the Winston. Of course, he does have the primary, so might want to use that first. And they have already committed the Soundbar on the other side.
And again, these great juggles coming out, manages to open up that back line, shuts down the Ana and the Ash, and now looking to even boop the Ana off the edge, does manage to get the Primal Rage kill there, and so a lot of space now for Fourth Dimension to roll it all the way through. We have seen FBAO doing a great job of stalling out points, but they need to be in control.
Yeah, that was really nice play from Chase there, but dropping 2 players off the bat here, not a good start. But if Brazen isn't dealt with on the high ground, he'll build up a high noon, and you might be able to find a couple of picks here. Gonna throw it out, looking to get that ball, won't get him. A good immortality field keeps Tractor Kid alive.
Still the pressure comes out from both sides. Fourth Dimension not wanting to back out just yet, as FYO starting to finally reinforce on the point. They've got the mobility, they got the nano boost on the Wrecking Ball with the Zarya bubble, but still through all of that manages to stay alive. That's great team play to come out. Still though, Braven looking for off angles, has found the Ash, gets her in 3 clicks, shuts her down so quickly. Now has the flashbang, got to fan the hammer, double fan the hammer, and opens up the space for Fourth Dimension to walk it in.
Yeah, Fourth Dimension looking really strong on this map, but only 9.1 seconds left on the clock here after their attack. Now, this is again another map that can be quite difficult to actually get through all the way to the end, and they lost a lot of their time in a long drawn-out team fights on that second point. But Fourth Dimension can be happy with what they've achieved here, and now they can look to set up their defense. I think they're showing that they are comfortable to you know, man-on-man the Ifguao squad with similar compositions, but you can see they're running the Winston instead. They want a more directed dive that you get out of the ball that we saw, for example, 0-1 running into this, and it seems to be working quite well for them. I think their target prioritization sometimes is a bit lacking. They tend to focus the tanks on the front line when Ken's positioning has been a bit suspiciously lateral, let's put it that way. So I think if they keep an eye out for where Ken is positioned, they might be able to pick him off. But looking at the level of these teams, I'm sure Ken knows exactly what he's doing, and he's identified how Fourth Dimension are playing, and he's able to position himself as aggressively as he can without getting picked off.
Oh, 100%. You know, when you start off on the tracer, you get a very good feel of where your opponents are looking, where their priorities are, where their focus is, and so you can then avoid it. And obviously, it's a little bit more forgiving, or a lot more forgiving, when you're on a tracer than on a McCree. But Ken has now read his opponents, like you say, and is now able to do that with a better positioning with less mobility, just gets into a right place, gets a great off angle, and with something like a Hanu, that's exactly what you want to do. We see a very similar composition coming out here from Ifgua. Fourth Dimension's going again with that very aggressive dive into the back line. They've got that Wrecking Ball to start off the fight, give some space out. Sorry, the Monkey to create some space and get some space for the Echo to come back. And Ken now again in a very aggressive position, just wanting to surround the side here of Fourth Dimension, who are trapped on the high ground. Now they've dropped onto the low ground. The May Wall comes out. That's the end of your forward push. And now we're going to collapse on you from the center. They've managed to fortify that side room. But is it a fortification or is it a death trap? The rest of Fourth Dimension start picking up some kills. If Gua can now kind of trapped behind their opponents.
Well, yeah, it is a bit awkward here, but I think they're fine. The spawns are coming in. They're not getting aggressive just yet until they've got everyone grouped up. So Fourth Dimension will be happy with taking that first fight. They've got a lot of ults, though, on the side, or at least they've got one big ult in the form of Kaiser's Blizzard here coming in for Ifgua, sorry. And so they can get aggressive with that. Not an easy ult to get value with, especially when you drop at the beginning of the fight to a nano boosted Winston.
And you know they got the nano boost out. That should be a sign for them to maybe just ease off on the pressure, but they can't when their Wrecking Ball is going too deep. We see Special though coming through. Gua again just never realizing or never admitting when they're not in a good position to fight, taking unexpected fights and managing to come out with such an advantage. The flashbang counter kill. Braven not coming out the victor in that duel. 13 HP left for Ken, and that's going to be Gua pushing through.
I mean, what do we know, altruism, right? Go in, get out, doesn't matter. What do we think? Because if Gua knows exactly what to commit when to win these team fights. And I think that's catching Fourth Dimension apart a little bit here, as we see Ken, of course, on a massive flank once again, on his own for a moment there until he was joined by Track the Kid. But Fourth Dimension need to shut down Ken if they can. I think, if not a key to their victory, is at least something that can be picked off quite easily on the side of Ifgua if Fourth Dimension are able to track him down. Is going to get aggressive.
I love this pathway play coming out. Kaiser taking the high ground with the May, then reinforced by the Wrecking Ball, manages to take into that room. Now we see Ken on the off-angle flank, manages to at least put some damage into Chase to be able to secure that kill for Unspecial, of course. And now pushing forward, have to go into the rally. But as long as they stay away from the side of Fourth Dimension, I don't know how much Fourth Dimension can really put in pressure. Still, the payload moves for Ifgua. And again, Ken just distracting them from an off-angle, putting it in a shooting range practice right now. Manages to flash up the Brigida and open this opportunity up. So Fourth Dimension, having lost one of their healers, they need to keep this Anna alive if they're going to try and stall out this point for any length of time. Still, the aggression comes in from Ifgua, though Unspecial constantly there with a nearly 100% beam. Going to be able to cleave through anyone who jumps in, including a Wrecking Ball, one of the most mobile and stable characters in it. Now they're going to go against the counter. The Deadeye attempts to come out from the high ground, but shut down so quickly, and a little lobbed grenade from the Zarya. Special now taking a lot of pressure, but there's no one left to capitalize.
Man, I'm Special putting on a clinic here on this Zarya, tracking people down as he finds them. This is a strange committal from the ball, buying a tiny bit of time, but I don't think it's worth the 600 HP worth of ult charge to give away in the meantime. And oh man, what awkward spawns. Look at that, 3 players having to hop off the map. 4 players, in fact, having to hop off the map to reset here, and that's just a lot more free ultimate push. I'm Special, by the way, charged a grab in that one extended team fight because he used it near the beginning, and they've got Blizzard as well, so they've got a ton of ultis to come in here with, and they're going to start off right away.
Man, these guys don't hesitate at all. They see an opportunity, and the payload's far away, and they're just like, right, you're going to not get out of spawn. We're going to control the space from the beginning. And with this Graviton Surge, they could literally keep them in these spawn doors for the rest of the map.
Oh, that's a Widowmaker. Braven decided he's going to try and get a few picks here. You don't see this very often where they come out of the door and try and go for it. You get top of the grab though, and the minefield over the top.
Still, the Replicate tries to make some space in the back line. It's just going to go onto the McCree. The double Deadeye kill comes out from Ken, being able to shut that down. And I'm Special, having the confidence to just walk at anyone in this game, even the Replicated Echo. Still, the team from Fourth Dimension looking to try and reinforce. They're not able to get out of their spawn doors at all. Track the Kid pushing to the ends of that shield to try and get through. Yeah, the slam comes through, still sticking around and managing to get healed up. So if Gua not letting go of this pressure, still these spawn doors proving to be the capture points for the rest of Gua, just managing to hold them there. There's a rallied attempt to come out in the most literal way for Fourth Dimension. They push forward, they've got a Torb turret to deal with. Didn't even notice that one coming out.
Kaiser decides to head now for the main. He's going to go to his spirit animal in the tourbillon and get that crossfire set up with the turret and put the pressure on the tanks as they come in. But Braven's managed to work himself towards his ultimate here. The site's going to be a nuisance. It's going to pop that, and that's probably going to mean they have to wait the duration of that on Ifgua before they choose to commit. But we've made mistakes in calling what Ifgua's intentions are, so really we'll just have to wait and see what they decide to do. They have a nano boost and the graviton surge, though I'm special doing an incredible job building up that ultimate so quickly.
And here we go, Graviton Surge to start out this fight. There's a counter Graviton Surge which keeps them far away from each other, but the damage is there for both teams losing too. The spawn advantage, of course, is going to be in the favor of Fourth Dimension, and so it's going to be up to Kaiser to keep getting this damage down with the Torb and this turret. He has a bit of space to work forward and start putting the damage in. Sombra's even been brought out of the woodwork by the Holy Pig, but not able to do anything just yet. The sleep comes from through onto Kaiser. I'm special just there, managing to guard up, keep that pressure up there, and the leapfrog play by the two tanks doing a great job to keep each other alive on very low HP. I'm special finally going to get healed up. The bombs are on point. Strategy gets hacked out of the air. Finally gets the bombs out, but gets out alive. That is incredible support and kill from the team to be able to keep them alive. Ken, of course, coming through with this high noon is going to drop it now with the molten core. Doesn't get anyone. We just actually see Ariel denying themselves with this Zarya blast, but the molten core is going to make it very difficult to recontest this point. It is going to push all the way through. If Guayu on the verge of completing this map, the Graviton Surge going to be thrown into the pathway there to stop anyone else reinforcing. 2 minutes 20.
Surprising timeline. I felt like those were fairly even pushes for each team, but at the end of it all, a minute advantage pretty much for Ifgua here. I love the compositional switch ups from both teams. They're identifying what they're fighting into and switching up to match. I think we always knew there was a high chance Kaiser was going to find himself on the tourbillon at some point in the series, and you can see immediately the effect it had. They got the molten core off right at the end to zone the point, Fourth Dimension off the point. They prevent it from coming through, and of course the Graviton Surge there, as deep into spawn as you can throw it on this map, was preventing it from coming through as well. I'm special for me, a standout on this map. Of course, we've seen a lot of Ken popping heads from strange angles on the McCree, but really doing an incredible job was I'm special of building that Graviton Surge and using it aggressively and effectively. So great work from them, but we're also getting a sense of the flexibility now of Fourth Dimension, and they have deep hero pools. They've got a lot they can work with. I love that Sombra pick coming out of the Holy Pig to deal with the Tractor Kid for the most part. And it really paid off there, helping them push through, hold for a little bit longer. I think if he'd been on that a bit earlier, been able to build an EMP, that might have been the key they need to hold him off.
And you saw that is the mentality here from the Holy Pig, really wanting to hack off the Tractor Kid, and it nearly worked in the previous round to be able to get them very, very low, not managing to finish that off at that stage, of course. But it's going to be up to the speed now, like you say, of what Holy Pig can do. They only have a minute to try and push this, and so a minute is all the time you've got for a Graviton. For an EMP. If he doesn't manage to get that, then that's a hero who's really only going to add so much, and he's going to have to get huge hacks to make up for it. Still, though, the payload has started moving. It's reached the most dangerous point, and Ken, again, just very patient on the top here. In fact, the whole of Ifgua sitting very patiently up here, not really wanting to contest just now. They know that they can turn around and jump onto the back there. The wall comes up, just not high enough, though, to shut down that Diva. Kaiser trying valiantly. Tractor Kid putting on some pressure on the Sombra, and still quite a trickled out team fight.
Well, they're getting the picks now on the side of Fourth Dimension to their Iron Special and Ken, the two players I mentioned at the top of this, getting taken down to start things off. And now the ball and the rest of the squad can get aggressive here. They're just going to have to move the point forward here. So far, so good, but patient play coming out of our blue team here as they wait for the respawns to come through.
And they can be patient. There isn't really any ultimate, certainly not that EMP that they need to worry about from Fourth Dimension. The Nano Boost is going to be up soon, and so that could be big, but they have to compete with the Blizzard. That's going to be a very influential ult. Zones out the whole area. Kaiser manages to get the kill on the baby Diva. We do see the Holy Pig now fighting it out, and Sombra in a position like this doesn't have a hacked up health pack, not going to be able to come back in, and just the Brigida to fall at the end. It is a full hold from Ifgua.
Yeah, I mean, very disciplined play from Ifgua there. You spoke about the patience off the back of that first team fight there. We're just looking for an opportunity there, and we saw it almost came in the form of getting that the wall onto that diva, preventing him from getting out there. But instead, they lose a couple of players, they move back, reassess the situation, group up nicely, and then come back in with the Tractor Kid and kind of clean up the team fight nicely there. The key to that was really getting outcharged faster than the DPS on the other side. We saw that Blizzard come out. Sombra had nowhere near the EMP. If you come in with that EMP, and it is possible to charge it in that amount of time, unfortunately didn't have it, couldn't count out the Blizzard, and from there it was just a matter of cleanup. So if Gua here in the driver's seat, 2 minutes 20 seconds to try and push through towards this first, not even the first point here of Watchpoint Gibraltar, and a complete compositional switch up from fourth dimension. They're going to fall back on a more stable composition. They're going to sneak around here, try and find an angle to get aggressive right off the bat and buy themselves maybe an extra couple of team fights.
And you talk about the stability of this. You've got the Reinhardt shield, which is pretty much the standard, the gold standard for protect your team value and open up some sort of safe place to play in. They've got Braven, who's going to just stop Ifgua from running at them. That Reaper is obviously huge pick potential. And then they've even gone through to the Moira for that burst healing ability and these corridors. And so very much we need to stay alive and we need to win all the team fights because they only need to win a certain number. Starting off with that May wall is going to be a great way to start. This opens up the space for Braven now. Just when you're held in that one position, there is only so much you can do. And when Braven is getting those shots off, is able to put in huge damage, but has to be careful, has to back out, in fact, because of the great play again. Ken showing that skill on the McCree to be able to put the pressure. Now the Reinhardt shield even starting to fall, and so fourth dimension have got a couple of picks, have managed to get some aggression off, but they are now starting to get pushed back very, very hard. No heals coming out to the other side. A healing orb going to be thrown out. Moira has built up the coalescence, and this opens up the opportunity. The double May wall creating a corridor here in the center, and the coalescence can just cleave through that, going to be able to even keep up the rest of the team. The Anna versus Reaper battle does not go the way of the support, and it is going to be fourth dimension holding through here.
Yeah, fourth dimension putting on a clinic here on how to play the Ryan Lucio here and work with that extreme brawly composition. You can see they get back, they wait, and they fire out when they see the opportunity, and extended committal here from Ifgua here, but they have a 6 ball advantage here. Any hero that drops for the raid team is going to get they're going to get gobbled up, and you can see the May going down. Now is the time they might want to get back and look to regroup unless they want to stay aggressive here. Of course, the more aggressive they defend, the longer it takes for them, the more time they have to get back for a regroup on that final court. We're going to have to wait to see here as the Reaper comes through on the angle.
And this is the consistent pressure that we have seen. Fourth dimension doing a great job here of just being in their faces. Ifgua not known for resetting very well between fights, or at least it's a late call. Shadow. If that's, we see the Earth Shadow coming through. The May manages to dodge it, gets up an Ice Wall and throws out the Blizzard into this. Ultimate's dropping on all sides. The Graviton Surge also going to be holding up the Reinhardt, but Frogadier coming through, pivotal for fourth dimension, getting that beat up, manages to keep a lot of people alive, but that's only for a certain amount of time. Now Ken having swapped onto a Pharaoh of their own, coming through for damage over the top, and that's going to cleave through. Special cleaving through at the bottom now with the laser, just being able to put out that great tracking. And it is Ifgua finally taking control of this point. Can they get it to the end?
I love that pick from Kane, man. I think it's such a good pick into what they're running on the other side. Chase has switched now onto the Wrecking Ball, so he's just going to try and make a nuisance of himself. Fourth Dimension are coming into this with 3 huge ultimates if they can use them. Self-destruct to make space, the Blizzard to get the pickoffs, and of course the Death Blossom to get a bunch of kills if anybody's bunched up. You can TP onto the high ground. This could be a big Death Blossom.
And he is going aggressive, gets slept up straight away, and so not going to be able to put anything out just yet. Now the Blizzard comes into the lower ground. That's a lot of very immobile characters being sent in there. The combos with that Death Blossom puts in so much damage. Fourth dimension, hold it.
Man, what impressive play from fourth dimension there. You saw how cagey they were being with their ultimates when they were defending so aggressively. They were mostly just using their normal abilities to get the pickoffs and hold that point. So by the time fourth dimension or Ifgua, sorry, it switched their composition up, coming into that next fight with no ultimates, fourth dimension were just able to come in for that last fight with all the ultimates they built up and just clean them up, and perfect ult combo execution there, the Blizzard and the Death Blossom, just to make sure it gets them over the edge. So fourth dimension, I'm really impressed with what we saw coming out of them on that map.
You know, both teams looked strong, and there were fights going either way throughout both the attack and defense for both sides. You guys got to remember that was only game two. That was long. We played through that nearly twice. Well, once and a first point.
Mhm.
And both sides looked to be taking certain fights. It was very nice to play at the end there by Fourth Dimension to, like you say, just win the fights that they could or create the pressure that they could with their standard cooldowns.
Yeah,
And then they were able to use that to drag out the clock for as long as they needed. When they died, they had all the ultimates to come back into the fight. They always knew from the beginning, we have two team fights if we stand up very aggressively in the beginning.
exactly.
And then when they lost the first team fight, it was like, right, they made one good play. Now
Yeah.
let's come back and flatten them. So both teams taking up a game to it. That's one apiece now. If good, of course, taking on Lijiang Tower,
Yeah.
and that one coming through Gibraltar, going the way of Fourth Dimension.
Yeah, no, I'm super impressed with Fourth Dimension's play there. A little bit sluggish on the switching, I think, there for IFGUA, but it's hard to make that call. I think when you've been running that composition that they've been running and it's been working so well, it's difficult to decide when to switch. I think the switch onto the Pharaoh from Ken was a good call, but it came a little bit late. That helped force them through. But you'd think if you had a little bit more time, if all of them had a little bit more time to build ultimates and push through, they might have been able to just push themselves over that last point. But impressed by Fourth Dimension, and now again momentum swings to IFGUA. What do they do to counter what Fourth Dimension are doing? But the thing about Fourth Dimension is not doing one thing. So like we saw in the previous series where you're like, okay, you deal with O1's composition, you deal with what they're doing, and you've counted them out. This Fourth Dimension squad has a lot more flexibility, and they look to be comfortable on every single composition they're running.
Exactly. When you can have the confidence to go, okay, we have a pretty small area to defend. Let's run the Reaper and the Reinhardt.
Yeah.
And they knew that this is how they wanted to play. They've got that dearth of compatibility with so many different compositions that we've seen. You know, obviously not the hugest extent of them. We haven't been casting these guys for like 3 years. But they have shown that they realize where IFGUA is taking advantage. And it has been back and forth. And so the reevaluation came much faster by Fourth Dimension, and then a very delayed response by IFGUA. And so, like you say, Farah, great pick. Do it earlier. Do it after you lose the first fight to the Reaper.
Yeah, but that said, I think we can also look at IFGUA being quite smart with their compositional switch-ups as well. We saw them switch onto the Torbjorn towards the end of that Gibraltar point on their own attack, and it worked quite well for them. And there was no delay there. It's just, like I say, when you're getting pressured into your spawn like that, and when you lean on taking these long, drawn-out fights, when you switch can become a difficult thing to decide. And I think they're maybe a bit late on that decision, but also they were in a tough position. I think, you know, they might have been able to, if they gotten their ultis up and used them effectively with the composition they were comfortable on, they might have been able to punch through. But then once that doesn't work, then you can switch. And it was too late by then to build up more ultis. So yeah, it's a tough. The point I'm making is it's a tough choice to make for IFGUA there. I don't think it's necessarily a sign of a weakness in swiftness of their decision making. But our next map here, Altruism, is going to be Hollywood.
Hollywood is going to be interesting, I must admit. And both of these games have, or the first game was a little bit more one-sided towards IFGUA. Second one, a very, very level map between these two teams. And I'm excited to see this. Like you say, fair point. You know, it's not necessarily a delay in it. I think they're also just making so many decisions. These guys are having to calculate so much. And it's not just the fact that can you rely on your main DPS to click heads the way that these guys are starting to do it, or make the big plays, or hit the big sleeps from the supports, or get the deep timings right. You know, there's so much. And that's one of the beauties of Overwatch, is that it's such a deep game. Going into Hollywood now, very favorite place for the Wrecking Ball again. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that coming out. And maybe the Torb?
It wouldn't surprise me, especially this first point, very Torb favorite. Of course, if you're playing in 2016 when the game was released, of course, you'd see a ton of Torb turrets on that little platform that rises and lowers on the right-hand side of the first point. Elevator, thank you. That's what you call a platform that lowers and rises. And so, yeah, but I mean, that's something you wouldn't really see in competitive play in likelihood, but it's still. With Kaiser on the squad, you wouldn't be surprised to see the Torbjorn come out. But it is going to be the Mei, and I like the decision. I think he's been doing an incredible job on the Mei, finding value. I'm also excited to see I'm special on the Zarya again. As a person who plays a little bit of Zarya, I love seeing top-level Zarya play, and he's shown nothing but top-level Zarya play. On the other side, though, they've switched back onto that stable composition that they ended Watchpoint on, and I think that's a good decision here. Force if to flex to what you're doing, set the tempo, control the flow of the match, and that's what this composition allowed Fourth Dimension to do on Watchpoint.
And you know, there is a very tight choke here. This archway is difficult to push through if you are the attacking side. And so with someone like the Holy Pig coming through on that May, you can create space. You can create that delay in the attack if they try and push through. And then you can clean up with the Reaper on whoever has managed to be cut off. I'm taking a nice position here on the high ground to start off. Of course, if the pick comes out, the Holy Pig taking out the Ash on the other side. Going to get raised up quickly, but it has open up a little bit of opportunity if we're hesitating slightly on that. Fourth Dimension hesitating slightly on that.
Yeah, nice work for Fourth Dimension, doing a good job of being patient and executing when the opportunity presents itself. We saw Braven hiding around the corner there on the Reaper. He waits for the tractor key to disengage and then tries to shut him down while he's trying to get out there. So nice play from the Fourth Dimension DPS there. Ultimates wise, not really much to play for. And here we see straight away Altruism to switch onto the Sparrow. A good pick here from this team. He just needs to be careful of really nobody on the other team not to catch an icicle in the head or something like that. Otherwise it will be fine.
It is, of course, interesting. Does have that mercy pocket, and now the beat comes out. It does keep them alive for a little bit. We do see also the Coalescence being committed as well as the Blizzard onto this first fight, and that we're going to be able to separate in the center. But again, I'm special, just having such a high energy charge, even managing to threaten out the Reaper who's coming to the back line. But the Reaper has done their job. It is going to be Chase doing the lead forward to Ifgua. Ifgua, again, just do you ever disengage at any stage?
You just stick around and poke until you die, I guess, is how they play. And so far, 1-1 in the series. Can you blame them? The results have been pretty good here in the winners bracket finals of Open Division. So, Tractor Kid gonna get aggressive now, has the mines, but they've already lost T Sorcerer. And you don't really want to fight without your mercy.
And with the push forward, that's an interesting grab to try. And yes, it shut down them pushing forward, but they didn't need to.
Might switch here.
Fourth Dimension going to be very happy with
special. Not looking to switch here. Ken also not looking to switch here. What I know, as it turns out. Really, two ultimates that combo so well together and then get thrown away at the end of a last fight. But Braven does have his ultimate here. I like the switch Holy Pig. Going to move on to the Sombra. The May not getting the value he wants, and instead will look to shut down. Oh, that sleep is coming through. Celebration here from Braven. Going to pop his ulti, but the Sombra, I think, going to get better value in shutting down Tractor Kid like we mentioned before.
Man, that was ultis being thrown in so many different places. There were at least 4 team fights going on at the same time there. A little bit too much for us to unpack. But if Gua now, again, changing up things, they're not settling on a composition. They're not finding any really break into this very static composition.
Yeah, but the core of the composition is staying quite familiar, right? With I'm oh, okay. That was a completely blind shadow. He was like, someone's going to be there, I'm sure of it.
It's 900 IQ plays if you manage to get it off. Kaiser has got a great replicate target though. Has got up that great Reaper and has built up the Death Blossom straight away. Even going to be looking to build towards another one. Going to get more shots on these tanks in the front line. Is nearly at the second one. Does pop the second Death Blossom into the back line. That's the power of a replicate. Reaper being one of the best targets in the game to be able to get that on. And it is going to be if we're punishing through into that first point.
Yeah, you don't see that a lot, right? The Reaper getting duplicated because he's not that popular of a hero. Let alone when there's an Echo on the other team. This is an interesting commitment here. EMP to start things off, the ball to follow up, and this might just have been a stroke of genius.
That was timed to perfection, managing to get that reinforcement. He knew that the EMP was going to cost him their life, but has got some support on here, and they're managing to pick up the kills. In fact, it is going to be Chase Torch coming through. Andre going to be the last one to go down, and it is going to be still Ifgua managing to retain possession at this point. Really nice attempt from Fourth Dimension, but it doesn't work out this time.
Yeah, he spoke about 900 IQ plays if it comes off, and that time it didn't, but it was pretty close. They got a good couple of picks there, and a little bit extra might have pushed them over to the edge, and they look like crazy geniuses. But unfortunately, not able to cap it that time. Now going to be fighting into the Tracer Pulse Bomb here, and the soft... Oh, leave me there. Okay, that's fine. It comes back down pretty quickly. Ken, going to look to get some valuable spots. He's got the self-destruct, but they're fighting into the Sound Barrier and the Coalescence. So a lot of defensive power from our blue team.
But a very dangerous position there. The stick onto the back actually takes out the Reaper, opening up the fight as Ken on this and looking to now trace the jewel it out. feels pretty comfortable, but the rest of Ifgua are going to be falling on the back line. Just the charge forward from Fourth Dimension comes forward. They get the beat down as well, so they're going to be able to stabilize this. Oh wow, the Holy Pig with all the HP in the world takes that Tracer duel day for day, and now he's able to put in damage to the back line. Ifgua still not wanting to drag out of this team fight, not wanting to get out and be stabilized.
Yeah, not at all. Holy Pig now has built up a pulse bomb, switched off that Tracer, already switched off the Sombra, sorry, already up to a pulse bomb. Goodbye, friend. Some bombs, mines came out there as he exploded, and that might push them through, but so far, all blue in the kill feed. As I say that though, our red squad does push back.
Man, they fight hard. They pinch that Reaper in the corner, and now Holy Pig trying desperately to fight this out, but the relentless pace, the relentless pressure from Ifgua eventually pays off.
Yeah, you feel like you almost want to break somewhere in the middle of these team fights for either team to actually...
I'd like it personally.
Yeah, shame for you. Yeah, each team feels like these fights just go on forever, and as we've said so many times already, that just seems to favor our Ifgua squad here. They seem so comfortable doing that now. Also, I'm going to start things off here. No kills off the bat, but a huge death blast.
And I like this passing position from Fourth Dimension. They know exactly where they're going. It doesn't always come off, and they haven't managed to really secure any kills. The flex from Ifgua managing to get them away. The Mercy going to be the first one to get picked off in this fight, and that's going to open it up. That payload has gotten a long way, though. It is very, very close to the end, and so a final little stabilization from Fourth Dimension at the last moment. But when I say stabilization, I just mean they get half a second break before Ifgua wants to re-engage. Still trying to make this work, even though they've lost the Echo. This could be the chance for them to stabilize. Nope, they still want to fight it out with two people.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have 10 seconds. You don't have that much time to get back and regroup. That's where you'd like to have made that decision 5 seconds earlier, maybe. And now they're chasing down that Mercy. Going to drop so low. T-Source are not taken down. Kesler finds that pick on the front line here. Lots of ults for the defensive team, though. So it's going to be a real tough push for Ifgua.
And someone has to try and get there. They replicate up, and it's going to be the Lucio that heavy level plays. Diva's managed to get back on, but has to live through this Earth Shatter. Not going to be able to do it. The lined up charge comes through to DMEC. We do see the Holy Pig still sitting around this outline, doing the damage that they need to. Gets the pick on the Lucio. Looking now for the Tracer as well. Tracer gets the pick, and it's just the poor Wrecking Ball trying to come through. Yeah, does manage to dodge the Pulse Bomb, but Ifgua getting shut down in the street space.
Did you know you could stick Pulse Bomb to mines? I didn't know that.
I did not know that.
I just saw that right now. But at the end of the day, yeah, that apparent lack of discipline from Ifgua doesn't pay off for them. They really would have been better suited kind of pulling away from that fight with maybe 15, 20 seconds left on the clock so they could get set up for the next team fight. We've seen them throw a couple of ultis in waywardly. That Graviton Surge Rocket Barrage not combo earlier springs to mind most obviously. But yeah, Fourth Dimension are looking stable and set up in the composition that they want to run. We're seeing some moments, some flashes of brilliance here. This isn't just a kind of robotic team. That Sombra play right at the end of the first point kind of makes you cringe a little bit, but it was so close to coming off, and if it had come off, it would have been incredible. So some flashes of brilliance here from both teams, but at the end of it, it really is Fourth Dimension looking stable, consistent, and well put together, and that's pushing them through this match so far.
Yeah, 100%. Ifgua has relied a lot on individual playmakers. You've had someone like Special getting an amazing Roadhog hook or something like that. We've seen Kaiser trying to get headshots with an Icicle, or Ken harassing the backline. You know, something like that that opens up the fight. But when Fourth Dimension is so stable, there is no opening in the fight. Even if there's someone who does get into a little bit of trouble, there's enough healing, there's enough sustain, there's enough peel for them that they're able to get out again.
Yeah. And just a reminder, guys, here, you win this match, you get a ticket to Contenders Trials. That is what's on the line here, make your way to the grand finals of Open Division. So this is a match that both of these teams desperately want to win. So both playing super hard, and Draco dropping quite low here. Compositionally, very similar for both squads, but they're going to open up with Holy Pig and the Sombra. And I've spoken about it already, but I really like this hero in this composition.
The Sombra is great, but you've got to be able to time that hack correctly to get that Wrecking Ball off you, and they just run straight into it. Braven taking quite an aggressive position against them. Mei. Ariel looking to flank on the stairs. Actually has isolated the Mei very, very nicely. Runs back into the Immortality field, though, and the rest of Ifgua are now going to be able to stabilize on this high ground, manage to take out the Diva mech, and that's such an amazing turn of pressure. Now they can walk forward onto the point, and Ifgua are going to be able to capture this, at least defend this straight away.
Great job bending and not breaking there. Just flexing back and firing back once the pressure had been kind of weathered and getting a couple of key pickoffs there. Sick immortality field from T-Sorcerer there to keep Kaiser alive. That was so well timed, and it forced an overcommitment from Fourth Dimension that really ended up paying for it here. They're going to move up to this high ground, try and get the challenge off, but that May wall cutting the Diva off, sorry.
Oh, that was such a bait in. They pushed through it, and then the combo of that, the bombs with that blizzard just shut down in a small instant, in a small corridor, is a badly taken team fight.
Yeah, Tractor Kid's been not popping off in his team fights, but he's making serious plays.
Oh yeah, 100%, and that's the nice thing is I'm enjoying the different Fourth Dimension coming out here, where they're able to take different pathing options. But if Gua has read it most of the time, and when you get a play like that, and we've talked about them having to make plays, and here is an opportunity. The pulse bomb sticks, and I'm special going to be throwing a Diva bomb over the top. Anyone left out in the open, it is just going to be the Froggy Lucio. I'm going to be falling at the beginning of that, but the rest of Fourth Dimension now exactly where they don't want to be. It's if Gua dictating where the pace of this game is going to be. They're dropping everything onto the top of them. Even managed to get out around the ice wall, and the nice jump from T-Sorcerer. This Baptiste play from him has been fantastic the whole way to keep his team alive. The wraparound from Fourth Dimension has allowed them to get onto the point, and so they are going to try and tick it up when they can keep players off. It is starting to tick up. The flex from Ifgua comes out though, and they're looking to recontest. They have to watch out for this Earth Shadow though.
Yeah.
The Diva Bomb is there to create a little bit of space. Chase looking for a good angle. There's no shields up to stop it, and there comes the Earth Shadow. He pins them into the corner. The Immortality Field has done a lot of work to try it out, but behind on the point, we just see Braven clearing up what didn't get caught out by the Shadow, doing a great job with that. Death Blossom. Apologies. the action in these fights, and again, it still drags out.
Yeah, still ongoing here. But I think Fourth Dimension have done enough to secure this point now. Both tanks coming back in, so maybe they can buy time for Ifgua to bring this back in. But with the Diva going down, the ball not long for this world. Yeah, frozen up, taken down. 3 players coming back in here though for Ifgua. So Fourth Dimension struggling to get this clean up quickly and effectively. And you can understand why against the composition they're playing into. But eventually they managed to clean it up. So nice work from Fourth Dimension there. Now they can look to push forward. They don't have to push that far, Altruism.
No, they don't. And again, there's a clear game plan coming out. Let's take control of this high ground. They're going to have to worry. They get booped off there by the Wrecking Ball, and it's a nice play from Tractor Kid to just dictate where they can and can't take plays. Tries to get a roll across the bridge, but not able to do it. Going to come up again and try to wrap around it. And so Fourth Dimension, that first attempt, and now they're going to get back, and if the aggression of Ifgua is anything to go on, they're not going to be able to run too far alone. Tractor Kid has built up to this ultimate, could be using it after this May wall. Has to survive the blizzard though. Kaiser going to be dropping that into the center of the fight, getting up a good amount of freezes. Tractor Kid to reinforce and get the kills afterwards after that amazing disable coming out from Kaiser.
Yep, Kane almost up to the pulse bomb here, so he's looking to find angle there. And this is the key here, controlling this high ground. You can see both teams putting in work to try and get set up there. Pulse bomb comes through, hits the front of the shield, don't find any damage onto that Reinhardt, and now we can push forward with the sound barrier.
Sound barrier opens us up. Braven getting the kill onto the Tracer, who's been so annoying. Ken not going to be in much of this fight until they re-contest, and Braven has built up to this Death Blossom as well. The fight is so split up that Braven just looking after the payload, taking out both of the tanks while his work in the back line is being pivotal. You see them eventually clearing up this fight.
Yeah, a bit of a, I don't know, wouldn't Death Blossom there if I was there, but I'm also not playing in Open Division finals here, so maybe I should hold my tongue. But I kind of think he wishes he had it now with Death Blossom. They're playing into 2 defensive ultimates here, the window and the sound barrier, plus the self-destruct and a blizzard coming up soon, so they might struggle to win this one through on the side of Fourth Dimension.
And if Gua going instantly aggressive with that, gets up the wall that gets, the amplification matrix, which gets walled off, and then the Diva Bomb over the top. Chase Touch has got this ultimate, but probably not wanting to throw down. In fact, he does. He's realized his team's got that wall that cuts off half the team, and the Coalescence is going to be keeping the rest of Fourth Dimension alive. Going to be able to push back onto this point. They only have a small amount of distance to carry on going, and it's going to be up to Gua to see if they can recontest. They've got a lot of people just flitting around points, but against Moira, that's just going to cleave it down eventually and keeping the team so healthy. Still, they managed to come back onto point, never giving up, never surrendering, come back onto this. We see a lot of ultimates again coming out. We see the blizzard dropping from the Holy Peg, combined with that Diva Bomb, opens up a good opportunity for Fourth Dimension, reinforced by the beat now, means that they just have to clear off the last couple of trickling Ifgua players here, but they're not managing to do it. There's a Tracer, there's a Wrecking Ball that's annoying it, sustained by this Baptiste.
Yep, struggling so hard when you've got these tanky heroes coming in to recontest. If we're doing such a good job, that Shadow might seal the deal. They try to get the May down, they get the charge, down to Tractor Kid, get rid of that ball. It's been such a nuisance for them to deal with now. This Reaper has space, Braven, to clean things up. Self-destruct in the sky, he doesn't have the ships available, tries to TP out, gets taken down, and Ifgwa might just have done this.
That would be huge. He did have the Death Blossom, which could have turned around the fight. Still, the Coalesce is trying to keep up. What little players from Fourth Dimension are left, and it's just the Diva now. They got a Wrecking Ball, hoping to recontest for a little bit in this. They've got 2 seconds left, so they do still have an overtime to play with. But if Gua looking on the front foot, they've got to beat as well to reinforce him a little bit. Braven, Death Blossom, you've got to get in there. You've got to make this count. Goes for the Wraith form. Now the pile driver goes in. Got to shut down this Diva mech. Doesn't manage to get the mech down, but drops it. Yet doesn't get a huge amount of kills. Gets taken down eventually. If Gua realizing the win condition, holding out against it, and stabilizing the point.
They're falling into the trap altruism of taking these long drawn-out fights against Ifgwa. With a spawn disadvantage as well. Ifgwa, of course, with their spawn right around the corner there, and you can see they come back one at a time. Just get that stalled down. That fight started with like 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and it ended when the fight ended. So that was crazy. Tractor Kid here. It's going to be that play in the corridor with the mines from the back. Nowhere to go, boys. Maywall in front, mines in the back. Tractor Kid on top of your head if you're not careful as the May, and he's just going to clean things up. So Fourth Dimension looking like a strong, wild machine, but this team is the spanner in the works that is making that machine run a little bit poorly.
100%. You know, Fourth Dimension, very good at executing plays on their terms. If Gua, sometimes when they're on the back foot, they really struggle to get out of a choke or something like that. And we have seen that, especially on our second map. But at this stage, Fourth Dimension didn't have an answer to that. And I feel that if Gua did very well to... They struggled on the attack a little bit. You know, you would obviously want to get to that third point. But even on the small distance that they had to defend it, getting very close to the end, but shutting down, identifying the key targets a little bit better in these super long and drawn-out engagements, they're just able to keep their mental state about them on how to play the long game.
Yeah, it's really, really tough for Fourth Dimension to kind of figure out what not avoid. I think the reason Fourth Dimension maybe got as far as they did here in Open Division is because they're so good at shutting down the meta compositions, at dealing with the kind of compositions that they're used to facing up against. I'm sure against Fifth Dimension, their performance was stellar because they're used to what Fifth Dimension is doing. They can identify those issues and deal with them, but they're not used to this long, chaotic, drawn-out nonsense that, no offense intended, whatever gets you the W at the end of the day. And it's exciting to watch these two teams play for me as an observer, not maybe as a play-by-play altruism, but it's exciting to see if Guao come out and just fight, non-stop aggression, non-stop fighting, just brawl until the time ticks down and see where you're at once it's all over.
Oh, you say it's difficult for the play-by-play. Trust me, I'm so excited by these guys, the team fights, because at any stage, the team fights can turn. You can have 2 people left on the payload and be pushing it. You can have 1 person left at the end and hold the defensive point to make the other people run away. We've seen it in this match. We saw it in the previous semifinals. These guys are great. And Ifgwa are so well-versed in the long, drawn-out team fights, managing to make it work. And that gives them the 1 game advantage. But it's only 1 game. This is a best of 5. We are going to be going through to Volskaya Industries in our next match. And it's going to be interesting. Fourth Dimension, when they've got a nice static comp, they can hold for a long period of time on any of their defenses. But if Gua throws something weird out, or on the defense, when if Gua wants to stall it for how many years, they could.
That's the real fear here from Fourth Dimension side is we win the team fight, but that doesn't mean you cap the point, because if Goa can just come out one by one until the timer ticks down, and then you look at it at the end and you're Fourth Dimension and you have no time on the clock, you've taken like 2 team fights. And that's really the trap that Fourth Dimension has to prevent themselves from falling into. They've been getting decent initiations, getting good pickoffs to start the fight, but you've got to make sure that cleanup is consistent and swift are following that, and that any trickle that comes back in gets dealt with immediately. And it's not all up to Fourth Dimension here. Of course, if Gua are running some really tough heroes to get kills on when they're trying to be evasive. But Fourth Dimension, I think we're looking at them to find a solution to Ifgua's wacky playstyle as opposed to Ifgua controlling the tempo, or rather, yeah, I mean, Ifgua are controlling the tempo, but looking towards fourth dimension to see how they respond here. Also, like to point out that we didn't just watch King's Row, which is a shock to me. I haven't
Whoa.
seen Hollywood on in so long because I'm just so used to seeing King's Row. So that was nice to see, but we do move on to Volskaya Industries.
I must admit, these matches have been long and drawn out. So I forgot that we were in our third map, which is always King's Row. I was expecting to see it like still in the future, and yet here we are, having made it through. And what a place for it! But the winners bracket finals, it's going to be fourth dimension on defense now. Need to win this game to stay alive, and so they basically, I would say, they would really need to hold the second point at least. Maybe not a full hold. I don't think that's really something that we can expect. We are going to go to a quick pause here. I'm not 100% sure what the issues are, guys, but fourth dimension going to be under a lot of pressure here, I think.
Yeah, two South African casters, you expect to get your fair share of pauses. This is something we're used to playing from the third world. So, yeah. The sides have switched here. I'm not sure what the issue was there. So it is going to be actually Ifgua now on the defense. Okay, looks like we're just going to remake here. So see what we see. Okay, yeah, Ifgua will be on the defense here. Expect them to run more of the same here. No reason for them to switch anything up. Of course, we know this point is quite a popular Torbjorn point, so Kaiser might lean on that, but he's really been favoring the May a lot more in the series, and I think it makes a lot of sense given what his opposition are doing, and it allows him to control the tempo of his team fights, and allows him to marshal the team fight very effectively.
100%. It's dictating where the play is. We've seen it a couple of times. They're just shutting down the very big aggression coming out from fourth dimension. You know, when they want to run forward, they now can't. And when you got a hero like Braven, who's a very cyclic hero, you know, sometimes you go in as a Reaper and then you have to Wraith form out. The rest of the team can't push forward at that stage. So they got very small windows. And if Kaiser can manage to control those windows and dictate those windows, no, you can't actually push forward. Of course, with T Sorcerer, with the Baptiste Immortality fields, which have been huge every so often. Being able to just bait them in, shut off the wall behind them, stay alive under the Immortality field. Fourth dimension's actually very hard pressed. But there are a couple of very nice passing options if they really want to exploit those.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a super aggressive defense here, so that initial choke that you sometimes see teams get stuck on won't be such a huge issue to pass through here on the side of fourth dimension. Raven on the street, but been struggling to find much value with the Death Blossom, and it's now going to be playing into a very disparate composition once again from the side of Ifgua. The Sombra, though, is the key on this map. Build up those ultis fast, and use that EMP to effectively win team fights quickly, and you can quickly and you can work your way through this map super fast. So patient play here. They're looking for opportunities, and now they're going to work their way forward on the side of fourth dimension.
And there was a very dictated team go. They got the Sombra back in with the team and then tried to charge forward into this. We do see Aerial forward and pulling very low with that anti-healing bomb on there. But nice passing around this big block in the center keeps it out. If we're still staying on this high ground, Ken going to be using that with the Hanzo for the first time, in fact, to shut down their opposition DPS.
Gets another pick there, so good work from Ken. Just a point on that, I really like what they did there on the side of fourth dimension. The Sombra got aggressive to hack that pack underneath the high ground, so the defense can't use it, and they can retreat into that space if need be. So that was a really intelligent play. Unfortunately, Ken, with one well-placed tree trunk, finds the pick and kind of ends that push. But really smart stuff coming out of fourth dimension, but smart doesn't help when you've got a big May wall in the way.
Man, the pathing from Ifgua tried to go around there, but this time it's going to be that May wall shutting it off. In fact, Kaiser going to be splitting off the team on fourth dimension.
Oh, he spotted it
there. They still managed to get to the high ground. This will again going to be creating a zone of very difficult scattered play, and that's what you want from Ifgua. They are very into their scattered plays around. They've got the Blizzard up in this fight as well. Nano Boost gets dropped, and Kaiser going to be looking forward with this Blizzard. Has people in the corner, but there's too much open space. Now the wall comes out with the Blizzard. That's going to stop any of the tank line from fourth dimension from walking forward, and drops back. Does manage to get around the corner. It's still going to get taken out by the Diva charging forward, and the Hanzo Dragons clear across the point. Still Braven trying to fight it out here against this Diva. Has to also worry about the rest of the tanks peeling. Has used that Wraith form.
It kept so much a point here, though. I felt like there was still pretty good control from Ifwa, who's tracked the kid, which is coming with a power driver, won't find anything, and now a late death from the Diva. They might just leave him in the background and move forward because, okay, yeah, of course, there's a lot of map to jump off, and with the new way the respawns work, at least for the last year or so, that's not too big of a loss. But we're coming in with both tank ultis here for the defensive side, but there's one big purple ultimate here that we're looking for.
That EMP, we talk about how pivotal it can be to change the fight. And when you can take away all of their abilities, we're going to start with the EMP bomb combo onto the backline. Doesn't get into the Earth Shatter is, though. That's opened up an opportunity. We do see Fourth Dimension opening this up. But if Gua, you know, known for their trickle, known for their long drawn-out fights, it's going to have to be Fourth Dimension clearing the rest of this way quite quickly. There's still a Sombra on the point. Aerial sitting around as well. It has been belted backwards. If Glua managing to stay alive even through that Sombra ult.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from them. You kind of need a clean initiation, but Holy Pig has done an incredible job as Ken or finds a pick onto Frog. Holy Pig has done a good job building up towards his next EMP, and they did get a tick out of that team fight. So they did at least get something from that first EMP, and now they can move towards the second, and they can combo that either with the self-destruct or with the Death Blossom.
Ken going to be in a very dangerous position when he gets his ultimate. There are certain checkpoints that they have to walk through, and he could choose to launch it off now and shut them down in that narrow corridor. They're getting into a very dangerous position. Here comes the Dragon Strike straight through the center of them. That's going to split up the team fight, then gets the headshot onto the Sombra, managing to clear that one out. Brayden going to try to charge forward, but that Hanzo always a danger for your team. Now it's up to Tractor Kid to keep it rolling into the back lines. They got the big anti-heal grenade onto the Reinhardt and the rest of the crew, and still, as if Bio managing to control the position that Fourth Dimension is being allowed to take. They're not on the point, they're not contesting it, they're not winning this team fight, and now comes the Blizzard. That's going to be huge into the back line. It starts the signal of the real fight. Beat gets dropped from Fourth Dimension to stay alive. Coalescence as well. Bomb on point with the Death Blossom to try and shut this out. You can see Fourth Dimension wanting to take it here and now. They're going to be able to reinforce, gets a nice early late pick onto that Diva, and they're going to be trying to contest this up to that second tick. Still, if Gua doing a good job of contesting it out. We do see the EMP for this late one, so this, if Gua is not worried, not careful, this could be the end. This could be all the way to capturing the final point, and it is going to be a good attempt so far. Contested by millimeters, but they step off it for a second.
Dragon eaten there right at the end by Aerial, so really nice play from the off tank for Fourth Dimension. But I mean, how much time is that on the clock? Just over 2 minutes? Yeah, very impressive stuff from our attacking team. Fourth Dimension looking well put together, and not winning it off the back of the EMP so much as just good teamwork, good coordination, and good target prioritization there from Fourth Dimension. Ifgua on the back foot a little bit here, but with their attacking round still to go, they've got some time to set the pace here going forward. Shout out to T-Sorcerer there. Some sick immortality feels just in general throughout the series. I just wanted to bring that up because I think he's been very impressive on that hero. A couple of huge sound barriers as well coming out of Frogadier from the other side support. So been very impressed by the support play we've seen, really making the tanks look as good as possible.
You don't always get the support for the support players, weirdly enough. You don't get the recognition there. You're just like, oh yeah, you did lots of healing. Congratulations, you were a good Anna. You know, the sleep darts, unless they're shutting down massive ultis, just don't get the screen time that they deserve for how pivotal those plays are. The immortality fields is literally one of the game changers, which is why so many teams run that hero. So far, if Gua now gonna have to come out, they've gone. Please tell me, Kaiser, don't use this like this.
He might, but I have a sneaking suspicion he'll come out on the May again here. Standing still. Okay, he's going to come out on the Torbjorn, on the attack here. We've seen this growing a little bit in popularity here. You can set up a nice crossfire, you can shut down that Sombra, which has been such a nuisance for them to deal with. It's going to give Tractor Kid a little bit more space to work with now, and you can see him making a difference in the back line. Oh my goodness.
That, even with the hack afterwards, has done so much damage. Tractor Kid going to be hard-pressed to get out, but with that immortality field, they do. So maybe a little bit not valued there, but I mean, when he opens up the opportunities for the rest of the team, going to be able to get through, and Ken going to use those opportunities now to get in some damage. And again, this Reaper is running for their dearest life. Defense Matrix to safety, and a great heads-up play by the team. And still, it's Fourth Dimension being corralled into a corner. It's always been Ifgua being the ones to dictate, and they've taken out the I'm Special Roadhog and managing to do work with it so far. Gets the hook on the Defense Matrix, and now even with this Reinhardt shield, taking place here. The rest of the team behind them are falling. Kaiser still on this Torbjorn with that turret being an incredible annoyance, just constantly putting in the damage. Nearly has the molten core up, and again, fourth dimension, shut down into a tiny little room where they don't want to be. And that's the perfect place to throw in the Dragon Strike, shuts them out, and if Gua dictating exactly where they want the fights to take place.
Oh my goodness, Ken, man, such a difference maker on that Hanzo in these last couple of team fights. There's someone on the point, guys. You got to deal with that. There we go. You saw the plan that Fourth Dimension they had, right? They were playing around the Holy Pig and that hacked health pack in the underground there, and that was kind of their staging area. But the problem was, whenever they came out, they got peppered by Ken, and all the healing in the world is not going to keep you alive against the Hanzo headshot. And so when I'm Special got that hook onto the Diva, they eliminated it immediately, and the floodgates opened for Ifgao to push forward and get all the picks they needed. And of course, Ken did an incredible job cleaning up at the end of that. They are fighting into an EMP though.
Here comes the EMP to start it out, and they are the pick opportunities here for Fourth Dimension. They've done very well. They've got to worry about Tractor Kid displacing them, but not really killing any of them. The rest of Ifgua having to back out. A weird sentence to say, I must admit. But
Yeah,
they do actually make this choice. Maybe a little bit.
You're still poking a little bit here, Tractor Kid, T-Salsa, sorry. You see the damage you can get on this Baptiste, but that's an EMP fight, right? You lost that, you used no ulti, and now you can push forward. You only really have to fight against this Earth Shatter, and that's an Earth Shatter.
And the Earth Shatter is there. The bombs are on point, so Tractor going to be able to get some percentage, but his team is dead by the front line there, and so not even going to be able to get up a full tick. A nice, quick reinforcement by Fourth Dimension. Still Arm Special pushing with that hook, but Ifgua just kind of dumped a lot on that fight.
Yeah, I was just about to say, 3 ultis thrown into that team fight. They were looking pretty good to start it off, but now they're coming to the next one. The only boon they can take from that fight is that the Holy Pig got basically no ult charge out of it, but they are still fighting into 4 other ultimates, so it's another explosive team fight that they have to deal with. A way of Immortality Field from T-Salsa might be critical to them winning this team fight.
Here goes the Nano Boost straight away, takes out that Immortality Field and presses Q for victory, managing to push forward straight through. Such aggressive play enabled by that ultimate. Oh, the Nano Boost does actually fall down to the Torbjorn, but I think that should be enough for Fourth Dimension to have taken this fight, and now just a last little bit of Roadhog.
We spoke about at the beginning of the last match, I think it was, how Torbjorn is just a small Reaper. And there you see, dueling the Reaper, of course, we'll point out that he had the Mercy backup, so wasn't quite an even mano a mano, but still, nice work from them. Now looking at this fight, this man right here, that Holy Pig, with his ultimate ready to go, that EMP might be exactly what Fourth Dimension needs to push through this next team fight.
Ken has tried to start it off by getting something out of that Dragon Strike, but not able to do it. Track's in a nice position, actually putting a lot of damage onto that Moira. Could track through and try and finish her off. The EMP target is going to have to jump out there. Sombra not going to be there, and the Translocate is broken. That's going to put them in a little bit of a dangerous position for a couple of seconds. Here comes the EMP though. It's in a nice position, has managed to shut down Tractor Kid. That was all they really caught in that EMP, and now Kaiser going to be running for their life. Don't know if Gua are wanting to take this still. I mean, this is Gua, what are we talking about? Still wanting to fight it out for a little bit. In fact, drop the Molten Core onto the point. Even though they don't have everyone here, they've managed to put Fourth Dimension into a dangerous place. The Earth Shadow turns around the fight though. Saved up by the Immortality Field. If Gua is not done just yet, Tractor Kid's reinforced his fight. Even though it gets hacked up, is very content to just shoot with those blasters into the Reinhardt. Ken has taken yet another great off angle. The Death Blossom from Braven though, that should be the end of it for Gua.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Ken committed his ultimate quite late in the fight there. 2 minutes left on the clock now for Ifgua to make something happen. But I'd like to talk about Tractor Kid, 69's play there in that last team fight. His whole job was to track down the Tracer and make sure she couldn't find, the Sombra, and make sure she couldn't find a nice EMP. He found the Translocator, and at the end of it all, the Holy Pig felt like he needed to EMP that ball to make sure he could find the value he needed to. So really nice play from Tractor Kid. Doesn't work out for them there. Too many ultis to fight into on that occasion, but now fighting into a sound barrier, and this is at least 2 fights left in this one.
Yeah, it's a good start, and still, if Gua are wanting to push this, they don't have the advantage, and that might be their downfall here as they try to push in. They've still got a minute 30, so backing up a little bit, but still, again, putting themselves in dangerous positions. Tractor Kid this time trying to go in, and when you got a Sombra, that hack could be the death of you.
Yeah, now you've got the EMP built up again. The Holy Pig's been doing a decent job of getting this ultimate up in time for critical team fights, and now he will be able to use it here, combo it with the self-destruct if need be, or the Earth Shadow, which will be coming soon, and that might be key, but he's going to go low here, needs to be careful, and here you see Track the Kid again getting aggressive onto the Sombra.
Sombra didn't have the EMP just yet, so not able to find that, and the initiation comes out from Ifgua. The mech kill tries for it. Now we're going to see that EMP coming onto the point, and it might be enough to turn this around. Still, there's a lot of damage coming in. Ifgua finding some key picks in the beginning of this fight, and they are starting to tick up percentage on this. It's going to have to be a contest, a very good contest coming through here with this Earth Shatter, if they can even get there in time. Still, the people from the side of fourth dimension going to be going down in this fight. The stick onto Chase means he's going to try for the Earth Shatter, but not get there in time.
Oh, that was very close to being an enormous play, because I think that Earth Shatter hit 5 people, but unfortunately that stick from the Tracer means he couldn't engage as quickly as he wanted to. So if we're managing to eventually push their way through that second point, a tough one for them to actually work on through. I think Fourth Dimension were doing a good job of identifying some issues and executing on their own game plan very effectively. Their ult usage was very well disciplined, using as many ults as they needed and nothing more. And the ult rotation was also very effective. That Sombra ulti up when they didn't have the Reaper and Reinhardt ulti, and then of course the Reaper and Reinhardt ulti up when they needed to build that EMP. So they always had something they could use to win out those team fights. But if Guao, with their trademark resilient play, managed to push through here, just a reminder, they are up in this match as well, so they can afford to drop this one and still go on to game 5, and really is up to Fourth Dimension and the Sombra to make the plays happen here. But I'm really impressed with Track the Kid's play and how he's dealing with that Sombra. He's putting the bones to her, putting screws to her, sorry, getting aggressive onto her, making sure that she is dealing with him and nobody else.
Oh, 100%. And, you almost consider the Sombra the counterpick to the Wrecking Ball. And so when the Wrecking Ball recognizes that, they don't fall into the Sombra's trap. Instead, they make some traps of their own. I'm especially going to be coming out again with the Roadhog. Remember, guys, this is the Winners Bracket Finals. Whoever wins this is going to be going through 2 Overwatch Contenders Trials, which is going to be huge for these teams. So it is a guaranteed ticket for whoever wins this. If we're having 1 game up so far, are in the verge of victory, we don't need to worry too much about the time bank. So far, it hasn't been indicative of the victors of any of the maps so far, but still only a minute to make this first push work. We do see the picks coming out though from Fourth Dimension. They're going to be happy with it. They lose the Diva mech, and so that's going to go down early to the Pseudo Reaper of this Torbjorn and Ken again in a good position. It is Fourth Dimension opening the fight, but they might not be the ones to close it if these arrows can come out. There goes the Moira, and the Reaper left alone now has got a Lucio for company, but the speed and healing is not going to be able to keep them alive against this sort of damage from Ken. Again, Fourth Dimension pushed off the point. It is going to be a first point cap, it looks like, for Ifgua. They're going to be very happy about this. In 1 minute, they've done at least a little bit of work.
Yeah, very, very happy indeed. I'm excited to see now going forward what they do, but they're going to have to fight into this EMP. Only one player built up an ultimate on the side. Oh no, that's going to come around. I hope that Sombra doesn't get picked off by that, because he's going to need to use this EMP to win this team fight. Ken does have the Dragon Strike as well. Here's the EMP to start it off.
EMP, it's not onto a concentrated team fight, so there is going to be a little bit of flex from Ifgua, and if you ever know them, they flex completely for long team fights, and now it's going to be their chance to come in. There goes the turret from the top. It actually does manage to get some work, but the poop from Fourth Dimension manages to stop it before they get to the second point.
Yeah, really, really nice poop there coming out of the Frogadier, I believe it is. To just make sure they tick that one over. The fight started so aggressively for Fourth Dimension. They pulled the trigger very early on. They identified T-Sorcerer out of position and got onto him with that EMP and shot him down straight away. And I think that's indicative of what a boony is for this Ifgua squad. If you don't have to deal with that immortality field, you're feeling pretty good about things on the side of Fourth Dimension. So they will end up holding that second point, but Ifgua are going to be super, super happy to get that first point, because now there's a high likelihood that we can play towards a draw here.
I believe this could go to a draw. 2 minutes 40 is a decent amount of time. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the Holy Pig. Has been managing to build up these EMPs quickly. And the importance of an EMP for anyone who's not familiar is that it is a one-team fight. You can normally bank on it. Theoretically, you can normally bank on it being a one-team fight if it comes off in the right positions, if it catches a good number of people, and if you then execute on it perfectly. But it's just as pivotal as something like a Graviton Surge or a Great Earth Shadow or something like that. If you execute it right, then that's great. Then you follow up with something like Braven. They've got a lot of time, so maybe they're going to use an EMP for the first fight or just their pure mechanics, and then have that for the second fight, clear it off, and they only need to get one tick.
Yeah, no. I think our team names are the wrong way around that whole time, so apologies on behalf of production there, but we'll get it sorted ASAP. But looking at this, it is going to be more of the Sombra. The Holy Pig has been doing a really good job holding his ultimate, so hopefully that's going to push them through the second point. This first point they need to take without the EMP, so they can use it to secure the win on that second point. That's going to be the key here, if they can manage to do that on the side of Fourth Dimension. They can go for the hack on this point, so now they can use that to stage themselves if they manage to work their way around for Fourth Dimension. If Guao can have to weather the storm, and they're set up here, but they don't have the healing pack.
And this is the nice thing about what Fourth Dimension's done, is that we're realizing, okay, we're concentrating our focus on the right-hand side of the point under that big health pack, and now they can push onto the point knowing that they've got that zone of safety behind them. They've lost the Diva already, though. Braven going to have to do some work, but not going to be able to fight that out against Zari. This high ground advantage coming out from Ifgua, managing to keep them all alive. They're able to stay down, and then Chase going to be torn apart from that killing from different angles.
Yeah, and it gets hard from here now because if Go have started to build towards a couple of ultis, I'm Special still far from McGrav, but they've got that Pulse Bomb, and the Pulse Bomb can just win you the team fight. Fourth Dimension are not the kind of team that are going to push through at a man disadvantage, so if you get a single pick with that Pulse Bomb, they're probably going to have to reset, and that's another 20 to 30 seconds off the clock.
And you know, the longer you drag that out, the Pulse Bomb is going to go off fruitlessly for them. So that pick that you talk about, not just yet, but if you look at how Ifgua are setting themselves up, they've got so many different angles that they're wanting to put damage into, and it is Fourth Dimension trying to chase them down. We have talked about their passing ability and moving as a team, but now Chase on the point is going to be under a lot of pressure. You see the T-Saucer are going to get dove by this Diva. With the Immortality Field, they're going to be able to make sure that both supports going to be able to stay alive here. And again, Kaiser coming off on the off angle, manages to get Braven, now going to be putting damage into the rest of them, has nearly gotten that Molten Core, and so this could be the opportunity that Ifgua needs to just stall this out even more. They have managed to isolate again Fourth Dimension in the place where they don't want to be, and it is going to be the Molten Core shutting them and reinforcing that position. Still, that massive hack comes out. That's going to be an opportunity for Fourth Dimension, even gets the second hack out, and so Kaiser's turret going to be doing some work in the beginning, but Chase going to go down at the end, even after that hack. Fourth Dimension not going to be able to style this out, still going to be fighting it out, trying for the last 30 seconds with the sound barrier, and Braven not going to be able to stay alive for too much longer. Still a couple of attempts from Fourth Dimension, but they really are starting to lose too many.
They've got 15 seconds left, they've got to regroup, get out, and losing the Sombra at the end like that. The team now coming in, but they're fighting into a grab, they're fighting into mines, they're fighting into a Pulse Bomb. All they have to their name is this Death Blossom, so Braven gonna have to come and clutch here for his squad.
Let's see what Braven can do. He's got the whole world on their shoulders. We are fighting in overtime, and remember, if Gua win this, you do see the Death Blossom. It's come out. It's done a lot of work being able to take out two, but now they've got to worry about the Molten Core as well. Graviton Surge helping to secure that Braven doesn't go down, that important store pick, and now it's this budget Reaper coming out from Kaiser. The turret manages to do work, and if Gua, in fact, the turret going to do lots of work. Now it's just the Moira versus the Sombra, and you've got to give this to the Moira. If Gua never going to give out, he's got a touch, and that's going to be him down. Has bought some time for Tracy to get back on the point. This could be the last moments for Fourth Dimension in this competition, or at least going down into that loser bracket. This could be the verge for Ifgua to get that ticket through to Overwatch Contenders Trials. They are fighting it out. They've reinforced with everything that they need to. Ken going to be cleaving apart, and the kills are going their way. Ifgua on the verge of getting through here. Fourth Dimension holding on. They've got the Coalescence. It's attempting to keep them up, but yet they keep dying. The massive hack comes out. This could be the big play. No one's on the point.
Oh, what a way it had to end that way, Altruism, right?
Yeah.
But the longest drawn out fight you've ever seen with one by IFGUA, who are the masters of this kind of play. Raven will get our player of the game here, but it will be IFGUA who punch their ticket towards Overwatch Contenders Trials. So super impressed by their play. I love the standard they're setting by playing something different, playing their comfort heroes, doing whatever they like, and dominating the competition.
Man, it was 100% what you said. They would show their flexibility. It's something talked about in the beginning, where we were saying, are they going to be able to bring out enough different strategies? Are they going to be able to adapt to what their opponents are doing? And they did it. They showed great proficiency on the Mei-based comp or on the Tor-based comp. They showed special running things on a Roadhog or a Zarya, coming out with things that they are obviously very practiced on and managing to take this 3-1. Great play coming out from Fourth Dimension. Very structured play, very stable play when they went to that more Reinhardt-based composition, but not managing to do it at the end.
No, unfortunately not. But this is a team that I'd love to see play more, actually, this Fourth Dimension squad.
Yeah.
I think they're the kind of team that could become a well-oiled machine. I think they already are, but when you come up against a squad like IFGUA here, all that oil, all that practice can sometimes feel like kind of doesn't pay off. You kind of have to really think on your feet, think on the fly, and come up with solutions that the strange composition is pushing through. Is it 2-2? No, it's a victory. Okay.
Yeah, it is a victory. And that's the interesting thing. Remember, guys, Fourth Dimension is not out of this. There is a lower bracket. So it is just IFGUA having managed to get through to that grand finals.
Oh, apparently it's a best of 7. Okay.
It's a best of 7. All right.
And I was not informed of that.
There's a chance still. Fourth Dimension has it.
Still more Overwatch to watch here.
It's nearly a reverse sweep, though.
Well, it won't be because they've already won one map. So.
I said nearly.
I guess so. But yeah, we will be moving to Nepal here, the control map. And looking at the last control map, it was a super dominant performance from IFGUA here. Yeah. So our resurgence here for more Overwatch might just be short-lived. But we're going to have to wait and see what Fourth Dimension can bring out. Because this Fourth Dimension squad looks a little bit better on this since that last control map than they did at the beginning of the series.
All right, so a lot of work. Fourth Dimension have to come through and try and get it back the other way. IFGUA are now on the verge of victory. Feeling a little bit cheated after the hype of how that Volskaya Industries ended, but it just opens up the opportunity. Even more at stake now for Fourth Dimension. They've got one final breather to get into this. Talking about a breather, guys, we're going to go to a very quick break and then bring you the rest of this action here in this winner bracket finals. I'm sure you don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the winners bracket finals here in the open division of. This is interesting. If Guageo, let's try this. Let's give some credit to the guys who are on the verge of victory. If Guagea, Wagaga Huaol are about to take this against Fourth Dimension, they've got one map versus the three that Fourth Dimension will have to work out. I'm Ultras and bringing you this action along with Sun Phoenix, who has been interested in the length of these fights more than anything else, I think.
Well, I think you're the one who's more interested in the length of these fights. Yeah, it's been a scrappy affair. I think that's just what you get when IFCWA are in the mix here. They kind of lean into that chaos and force their opponents to lean into the chaos just as much. And Fourth Dimension have had a mixed bag of dealing with that so far. Of course, the score is 3-1. It is a best of 7. Nobody said anything different, so I don't know what you're talking about. So we are heading now into Nepal, and as I mentioned just before the break, the control map type has been IFCWA's playground so far this series.
It lends itself to that when you've got a single centralized point where you just need to stall it out and keep that percentage ticking up. Those long drawn out team fights, if Gua can take the point and actually get that percentage ticking, they can drag it out for as long as they ever want to.
Yeah, this really speaks well to their play style. But we're gonna have to wait and see here. Now the teams have had about 5 minutes or so to reset, to have some conversations about what's working and what's not working. So now we'll see if they choose to do anything different, either with their composition or with their play style. And so far, compositionally looking very similar here, but we do see a new face on the side of IFCWA here, Kaya, coming in for Ken. To run that Junkrat here we haven't seen it all today so far, and one I'm excited to see if they can find the value on.
Kaya Ken just makes me think of Dragon Ball Z when you come out with those two together.
That's so true.
Yeah, right.
Kaya Ken, that's hilarious.
Well, let's see if Kaya can put on an explosive performance with this Junkrat. A very nice map for it as well. And again, Kay's going to be going through to that May and be able to control the flow of this and just lob some damage down range. I'm interested to see Kaya coming in as a last minute pick for a team. Special though, with this Roadhog, always going to be dangerous. And now in quite a dangerous position, he's going to be able to get the heal up. Kaya coming through though has used that space from the Roadhog. The flank around the outside. Kaysa now going to be wanting to drop up a wall. Actually has a great wall if they want to show it up there.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to shut off the defense, the tanks from getting out there. And so IFCWA again taking such an early positional advantage.
Yeah, and shout out to Kaya there for getting that opening pick onto Raven there. The Ashe not quite working out for him. Now choosing to switch onto this McCree for a little bit more crowd control on this hero, and feeling like he's not able to get the damage down on the Ashe. So taking a nap here is the May as Kaya just pumps the damage, and that's the strength of this hero. And now with I'm Special on the other side, it's a difficult push through for Fourth Dimension.
And you can see, as soon as I'm Special gets into a dangerous position, the team is there. But Tractor going to be alone in their dangerous position. The hook comes out, but the defense matrix keeps up the soldier. The first time we've seen that in this competition here. T-Sorcerer going to be looking to just sustain the team and has to do it quickly. The May has had the icicle up. I'm Special has built up the ultimate, so going to be just using that to control the Diva all the way to the ceiling, and now gets the hook on the Wrecking Ball. So definitely dealing with both of these tank players from the side of Fourth Dimension, who have not managed to push back on, and they've already given up 50%.
Yeah, 50% already gone, as you say. Fighting now into Tractor Kid's ice. Oh, he's stuck. He couldn't get through, and he gets taken down. Chase Torch gonna pick up the kill onto his opposite number here. Locking the legs is the Holy Pig. Hasn't found a ton of value. Not able to both of his out charge yet. He's dueling a Roadhog at short range. Not sure that's where you want to be, and he's lost a lot of teammates already here. Now has the ultimate available, but will get taken down before he can use it.
And that was such a nice split team fight. Kaiser coming through with that Blizzard there, managing to drop it down and win the right side. And then by the time poor Pig came through with that attack visor, or even the presence just of the soldier, there was no one left there. And then they were going, oh, hang on, that's a bigger target than I want to be fighting right now.
Yeah, pretty much. Found face-to-face with death here as we watch the ultimate come in. The Tire can find value. Having to sneak around here. There's a a double kill.
Oh, that's beautiful. And timed with that, the tactical visor from the Soldier 76. Sorry, the tactical visor came out, and in the Roadhog ultimate, there are players here
Yeah.
Right, Attack Visor came out, then Junkrat Tire came in, took out the rest of Poor Pig's backline, and means that he can't run forward with the Tactical Visor. He can't put the pressure on the backline because there's no one giving him the space that he needs to work with that. And so it's such a nice way to counter ult and not even target the Soldier 76.
Yeah, absolutely. It really just pulls that tire pulls all the attention from Holy Pig's teammates. Means that Attack Visor doesn't find any value really. So potentially here, if Guao one map segment away from punching their ticket to Contenders Trials, and that really is what it's all about here, guys. And look at that complete compositional switch, completely different look to what we've seen Fourth Dimension throughout so far. They're going to be going for the double shield here along with Ravens and McCree. Really want to put all the attention on all the resources to making sure he has space to work with.
And it's huge. I mean, we haven't seen an Orisa or a Sigma at all, and then this is what you form the basis of your line, and it's worked so far. They managed to shut down Kaiser, and you know, maybe this is going, Kaiser's shutting us down, the flashbang in midair shuts down the Wrecking Ball, who's going to have to flee for their life. Still some damage coming from the Lucio from the back, but a very nice stable composition so far from Fourth Dimension. They're making it work. They're controlling the space. They're saying if we're going to get pushed into corners, we're going to make sure that corner is the place we want to be in, and then just play from there.
It's working so well. They've gotten so many picks. They haven't really lost anybody yet, and that's the strength of this double composition. As you say, sit in the corner, but that's where you want to be. You can only really be pushed from one side, and then you got two shields blocking that damage from that side. So that is just the look Fourth Dimension need to push them through the series. They've got a long road ahead of them if they're going to work their way through to that Contenders Trial, at least through the upper bracket. And so they just see if they can do it. Ultimates wise, both teams with some DPS ults to work with, but the Immortality Field going to need to come in here to keep his team alive, but it's already gone down for T-Sorcerer.
Kaya, just such patient play with this tire, comes in from the back line. Going to try and charge it in. The Immortality Field was still up, so not being able to do anything just there. Good pace to pick that up. Braven going to be the one, the DPS on the other side though, with a multitude of their own, and now we're going to see it. The Dada's drops, not being able to pick up anything. In fact, causes him to lose his life, and so now Kaiser and the team going to be running forward. Kaiser maybe not wanting to be in the front of that fight, but does do enough to secure that in the pop from the Zarya mid-air on that Mei, not letting her touch down and freeze up.
Man, I'm Special Zarya is something to watch, right? He knows all the tricks of the trade of this hero, so looking forward to seeing him play more of that. Really, that was about splitting up the composition there. You saw the McCree or Braven kind of get called out of position there with his high noon, and he got taken down very effectively there by Tractor Kid and another DPS. So a bit of a struggle for this team if they get split up, and coming into an attack here, this team doesn't really want to be attacking if they can avoid it.
No, they definitely want to dictate the position themselves, and now they're in a very dangerous position. Goodbye! That's everyone!
Okay, Kaya with the double kill to start the fight and a double kill to end the fight. That's your player of the game. Environmental kills out the wazoo there. So that is really how you win a team fight. I don't think they used a single ultimate there. No, they didn't. So that is perfect ult efficiency, and now pretty much equalizing this map up.
And Kaya's got that ultimate again because of that. I mean, when you just get this, look at the sneaky play. Kaya definitely, gonna be jumping in there, going down right on top of them, on the statue, gonna be dropping it straight next to him, gets the kill to start off this team fight, and while the rest of the team obliviously running towards the point, wow, managing to win this before anything.
Oh man, Altruism, talk about a super sub. Kaya comes in on the Junkrat and just totally changes the tone of this matchup. I mean, that's the kind of play that only the most seasoned Junkrat player goes for. Jump in onto the elephant, pop the ulti and get the clean up. Multiple gonna come out now as if Guile to close things out.
And the attempt is started by this Gravitic Flux, gives Fourth Dimension a chance, but they're running into so many ults. They've even dropped the Blizzard on the front line, and they're trying to stand behind the Sarisa shield, but there's too much damage coming in, and yeah, Kaya again being pivotal. I mean, they're up to 70% already. That's 80% now on this Junkrat being able to clear through, and that could be the last fight. It could be if Guayu going to be going all the way through to Overwatch Contenders Trials. The touch is there. Slept the high noon. Braven not going to be able to get that off, and now a desperate attempt. The last dying moments of Fourth Dimension. The sun is going down for them as that timer clicks off. They throw a monkey onto the point, trying for something, and yet every person that comes in to die. Tractor now just going to sit chortling on the edge of the
Yes.
point, surrounded by mines, just dancing across the top here with this hammer.
Oh no. This is how you know you're in control, because he's watching the fight happen in the background, right? You can see exactly what we're seeing. And it is going to be Ifguayu who punched their ticket to the contenders trials here. An incredible performance from them in this best of 7 and a well-deserved victory.
Well deserved indeed. Kaya, let's just
Yeah,
appreciate
let's
this. This
watch it
wasn't even
again.
the ultimate that came the fight afterwards. This was the flanking play. Just such a sneaky play there. Probably didn't expect to get 2 with that one straight away, and then knocks the rest of them off the outside. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Kaya,
no.
where has Kaya been for this entire matchup?
They haven't needed them, right? Super
Yeah.
sub. You run with the squad you want to run with, and then when Nepal comes around, Kai says, "Guys, this is my map. This is my playground. Put me in, put me on the Junkrat, and I'm not gonna make you regret it." And I mean, what more could you ask for from a substitution? Like as you say, we haven't seen this player in either of the 2 matches we saw of this team so far. It's really just been Ken and who's the other DPS for the squad? I'm forgetting now.
Kaz.
Yes, Kim and
Kaiser.
Kaiser, who've been holding up that DPS and doing such an incredible job of it. But Kai comes in and just absolutely dumpsters the competition. So impressed with that, and impressed with Ifguayu as well throughout the series.
Yeah, we said from the beginning, how much do they have to bring to the party? Do they have the meta compositions? Do they have the off meta compositions? Do they have the stall? Apparently, they had that in abundance.
Oh yeah.
But do they have all these little tricks that they can use to find different plays? And fourth dimension, you could obviously see was a well-versed team, had set strategies, knew different pathing options. They had a lot of tools at their disposal, both on attack and defense. And yet, if Guayu just kept pulling things out of the bag, oh, we're just going to stall this out with one player for a long time. Oh, Ken's just going to be in your backline for the entire match. Don't
Yep.
turn around. Don't notice him or anything like that. He's just leave him to do his thing there. And then bringing out the super sub Kaya, who deservedly won play of the game then. Probably player of the entire series from that play. Just the fact that it was 2 team fights in a row. That was
Yeah.
basically a solo victory. That's if Guayu's got all the resources that they need in abundance, and they've managed to get themselves through to the grand finals, and probably more importantly, that ticket through to Overwatch Contenders Trials.
Yeah, no, really impressed. They can be super impressed with their own performance. They're coming in, playing the game they wanted to play, and forcing Fourth Dimension to really sing the song that they were setting the tune of. And unfortunately, for Fourth Dimension, not up to the task on this occasion, but a team with a lot of potential, a lot of power, and still an opportunity to punch their own ticket through the Contenders Trial in this tournament.
They are going to have to wait to play tomorrow, though. Fourth Dimension is going to go down to that lower bracket. They're playing it out today, and then tomorrow, the one bit of action that we've got for you is the grand finals. And I'm interested to see how those casters manage to contest with the name of Ifguaya Gaya Wagaga.
They're definitely not going to be as good as you are, Artism.
Yeah, it starts to roll by the end there. But
Yeah.
I've had a great time casting these guys. I'm sure you have, Sun Phoenix. Last thoughts on this before the grand finals?
It was such a pleasure to cast with you as well and get some exposure to these sort of top of tier 3 teams and see what they're all about and get some view of some different flavors of Overwatch. We saw O1 with their own flavor. We saw Fourth Dimension with their own flexible style, and of course we saw Ifguayu with whatever it was they were doing. And I'm excited to see more of Open Division unfold here.
It should be great, guys. There is a little bit more Overwatch left for today. It's the loser bracket, semifinals, and finals that are going to be coming up to you in a little bit. Make sure to go grab them on Stream A. So stick right here on this channel. That is us commentating for the day. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you this Open Division for the Overwatch League. It's been an experience, and I look forward to seeing you guys in future tournaments. Good luck to all the teams still stuck in here, and enjoy the rest of your Overwatch.